差し出せるわ。だからどうか願いを兼ねて一つだけでいい。あなたが探してた春はここよ。そんなとこにはないの。たどり着けない永遠に。いつも戻ることなどできないの。後ろの道は消えてしまった。出会うはずの二人導いて。例えば始まりの時であっても、禁断の館では全て愛してみせるから。救われた罠だともあざけに笑ってみせるんだ。悲しみの記憶すらあなたを責める道具にして、一度だけささやくよキスと。雨は止まずにあなたを連れて終末の楽園を目指す。始まりはそこから。
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
For my next trick, I will get a real offer to sell this car in less than 2 minutes.
It's not really magic. Just an instant online offer from CarMax, good for 7 days. Great crowd.
CarMax, car selling reimagined.
All right, good evening. Some music reminiscent of the beginning. Hey there, Octavio. Hey, Jeremy. Erica feels like one of those people in cartoons that would commit crimes to try and find why kids like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yes. I could see this. Erica knows the answer to the epitaph, but does she know why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Alternatively, does she know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Hey there, Davio. He does. Amazing. Mathematically precise. Oh my. Yeah, so let's see, what happened last week? Like, we're working on solving the epitaph. We have a decent idea. Stuff with, like, the numbers of letters and words or something. But we still need the first answer of the hometown or whatever, I think. That's about it. Yeah. I can't really remember anything else that was major that happened last time. I mean, we went to the fragment world or whatever. That was just part of finding the riddle, or the answer to the riddle. World? Sort of choppy. It bounced off it? I don't know. Okay, so... Oh, well, I guess things to note was that we did not get a letter from Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph. And it doesn't look like anybody's dying yet. At least everybody's going back to their own rooms, and like the adults, I think, are in the guest house. Yeah. And then Eric is also in the guest house, I believe. So it seems peaceful so far. After I finished helping Aunt Rosa, I passed through the corridor on my way to the bathroom. I saw Erica unlocking the door to a room on my path.
あんたの部屋は2階じゃなかったか?
At this moment, Battler is still being controlled by Bernkastel, I believe.
てっきり上に上がって、もう部屋で休んでるのかと思ってたぜ。
We must treasure this small amount of time with actually competent Battler.
ちょっと探し物をしてまして、ここにならあるのではないかと思いまして。
探し物?
Erica unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the library. Okay, are we going for the, Atlas? Yeah, Atlas. I think that's what we needed, wasn't it? The library. For a library, the gaps between bookshelves were extremely small. This was obviously built for storing books, not reading them.
探し物ってのは本なのか?
本と言いますか、まあ資料です。どうしてもしたい調べ物がありまして。
碑文の謎に関する探し物か? まだ諦めてなかったとは殊勝なこったな。200億の黄金は魅力か?
I hadn't given up either. Apparently, being stubborn is something that we both share.
まさか。私にとって興味があるのは謎解きだけ。黄金を求めるのは推理が正しかったことの証明が欲しいからだけです。仮に見つけても猫ババなんてしませんのでご安心を。
She immediately cast my comment aside, saying that she just liked solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. I thought she was pretty weird from the start, and it looks like that impression was spot on. Erica slowly circled the bookshelves, searching for the book she was after.
碑文の謎解きなら俺もまだ挑戦中だぜ。ああ、そうそう。さっきローザおばさんに第一の番のヒントになるかもしれない面白い話を聞いたぜ。
伺います。
Erica asked this without stopping her search, or even turning to face me.
第一の番にの前の行に鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いうんぬんってのがあったろ。
鍵を手にせし者は以下に従いて黄金郷へ旅立つべし。
ふう、もう暗記したのかよ。さすがだな。
それがどうかしたんですか？
うん黄金郷へ旅立つべしだろ。ローザおばさんは第10の番、すなわち10日をかけて懐かしき故郷から黄金郷へ向けて旅に出るということを連想したらしい。
実はそれは私も気づいてました。10日かかる旅路の1日目にたどり着く場所、そこから生贄を捧げる。
ああ、ローザおばさんもまさにそれを想像した。面白い推理だと俺も思う。10日の旅の初日にたどり着く場所、その土地もしくは地名が鍵になるんじゃねえかってな。
地名が鍵になるのではないかという推測は私もしています。だから資料が見たいんです。推測を確信に変えるために。
Yes, into certainty.
あんた探し物は何なんだ。
Then Erica's hand suddenly stopped, and she slowly pulled it out. As she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke.
地図帳です。
Ah, Nani? That smug smile. Oh wait, it's only 10 o'clock. Okay, I thought it was already midnight. Natsuhi could be seen in the study. When she muttered as though to herself, gold butterflies appeared and formed the shape of a person.
楽観はできんぞ。このままぼんやりと過ごし、明日をしのげるとは思えぬ。
Hey there, small blue gem. Thank you for the follow. How's it going?
やはりお父様が不機嫌で出てこないというだけではごまかしきれませんか。
去年の時点で相当の不信を持たれていたようだ。それにより膨れ上がった毒素は今やとぐろを巻くかのようにこの書斎を取り囲み締め上げている。
It's so weird seeing these conversations play out and knowing that it's just Natsuhi imagining these conversations.
去年から疑われていただけではないでしょうな。
そうですね。それだけでは説明がつかないくらいに毒素は濃密に練り上げられています。おそらく金蔵様の死を去年の時点から疑い、今年の会議にて暴こうという強い意志があったに違いありません。
Although, I wonder if Runaway and Vergilia are actually Genji and Kumasawa, but she's imagining them as Runaway and Vergilia. Are they actually here, and it's just Genji and Kumasawa, or is it just more imagination? Huh.
去年の時点から騙しきれていなかったということですか。
残念ながらそうお考えになる方が今はよろしいかと。明日も台風はとどまり、迎えの船は明後日になります。つまりあと最低でも36時間を持ちこたえねばならないということです。
夏日の目には見えぬであろうが、この部屋を閉ざす密室結界は極めて強固なものだった。それが今夜だけでボロボロに擦り切れ、嵐を待つ枯葉のようなありさまだ。いいえ、まさに嵐の真っ只中にありますよ。夏日様、私は密室結界を別のものに変えることを提案いたします。
別のものというのはどういう意味ですか？つまり作戦を変えるという意味ですか？
さようでございます。私とワルギリア様で去年のものに近い結界を再構築します。
Construct a barrier similar to last year.
つまり去年のように金蔵を極力書斎の外に出し、毒素の影から影へと綱渡りをさせるということだ。
Okay, so yeah, they're gonna pretend Kinzu's walking around.
危険ではあるが、わらわもそれを提案したい。
何ですって？今さら作戦を変えるというのですか？
籠城では切り抜けられぬと分かった以上、城を捨てることも考えねばなりません。
この書斎はもはや敵兵に囲まれ城壁さえも破られかけた城に同じ。座瀬は死を意味するならば、玉砕を求めて最後の出陣をするのも手でしょうな。
One last stand and an honorable defeat. I don't think Natsui's gonna accept defeat.
降伏できぬ戦いでしょうから。
お父様の秘密は最後の最後まで絶対に死守します。それを蹴取られれば言い繕う余地など何もない。主人の横領は白日の下にさらされ、後ろ宮家の名誉は失墜します。断固としてそれだけは防がねばなりません。
落ち着け、分かっておるわ。クラウスの錬金術はじきに大勢を迎える。今年を乗り切ればなんとかなるのだ。だからうろたえるでない。
しかし去年と同じ手では無理だとして取った作戦がこの籠城なのですよ。一度は無理と切り捨てた作戦を再び選ぶのは愚の骨頂ではありませんか？一体今さらどういう筋書きを作るというのですか？
Yeah. What would they be able to do that wouldn't just make the rest of the family more suspicious?
それは私とロノウェイで用意します。
I mean, unless they start killing people.
お任せを。幻想を生み出すのは魔女たちの役目。夏日様はそのご許可をくださるだけで結構でございます。お師匠様もロノウェもこういう時は実に頼れるぞ。片翼のわしの使用人どもも家具としては優秀だ。お師匠様たちが魔法を再構築すればそれを守るために働くだろう。今からでも決して遅くはない。金蔵を書斎から出し、その幻想を歩き回らせよう。
その作戦を長く検討し、それでも有効なものが見出せなかったから籠城を選んだことを忘れましたか。急場にうろたえ、軽々しく当初の作戦を投げ出すなど愚かしいことです。
しかし夏木様、籠城ではもはやしのぎきれぬことは毒素の真っ只中で、それを感じ取っておられた夏木様が一番ご存知のはずです。
私は籠城の方針は変えずに、何とか他の作戦を考えられないかと提案します。とにかくこの部屋を密室に保ちさえすれば、誰もお父様の存在を否定はできないのです。開けることのできぬ猫箱の中身を断定することなど何人にもできないのですから。
確かにそうではあるが、人間どもは不条理であるぞ。密閉した猫箱とてケーキの箱に群がるクロアリのように箱を食い破って中に入ることもあり得る。ベルンカステル教の駒も気になるしな。
Yeah, I mean, you get plenty of examples of people defying reason. Just go on Twitter.
エリカ様が晩餐の話題をさらってくださったのは幸いでした。おかげで今夜の親族会議をお開きにできる雰囲気を生み出してくれたのですから。普段のように即座に親族会議となっていたら、今夜にも結界は破られていたかもしれません。
しかしそのせいでより濃密に毒素は練り上げられました。明日まで練り上げられた毒素は密室結界をたやすく犯すでしょう。籠城を続けるにせよ、やめるどちらにせよ、新しい作戦と結界を用意しなくては明日は乗り越えられません。
密室結界を破るための何かの策があるのかもしれぬな、ベルンカステル教には。あのエリカというこまめ、侮れぬぞ。
それを言えば、例の19年前の復讐とかいう謎の男もベルンカステル教の駒かもしれません。18の駒で均衡が取れていた盤面に望まぬ駒が2つも追加された。イレギュラーが多すぎます、今年は。
ベルンカステル教は東洋趣味が終わりだったな。日本のチェス、将棋ではゲーム中に駒を追加することもできるというではないか。
I don't know the rules of shogi.
ええ、可能ですよ。敵のキングの目の前に駒置き場より取り出したクイーンを置くことさえ将棋では許された切り札たる一手です。
あの19年前を語る男はどうしているのでしょう。この島のどこかにすでに潜んでいるというのでしょうか。あのエリカという少女が漂着と称して現れることができたのです。あの男もこの台風にもかかわらず島のどこかに上陸し息を潜めているのかもしれない。そして親族たちをもはや騙し切ることは難しく、どうしてこうもイレギュラーが重なるのですか。この悪夢と偶然の奇跡をどう説明すればいいというのですか。
I know something I just thought of. Erica is the detective. Can't, or the crime can't be caused by the detective. I mean, does Battler still count? I mean, before we were able to go with the assumption that everything was not caused by Battler, because I mean, he was basically the detective. I mean, like, that phone voice really sounded like Battler, and that could be a coincidence. But also, like, 19 years ago is when Battler would have been conceived or possibly born. Oh, that's right. Because Japanese age... Or wait, no. No, Japanese age you start at 1, so that would be... Battler would only have been born 17 years ago. Okay. I was thinking backwards there for a moment. That's Korean I'm thinking of? I thought Japanese do that as well. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, I guess I got that mixed up. I don't know. Okay, but still then that means that could be the correct time frame. Because that's first. Well, now I gotta check this. Is it just Korean? Okay, I think that's what used to happen, but then it says it got replaced in the 1950s. Yeah, traditional Japanese age system, child is counted as 1 year old at birth. Every January 1st after that counts as a year older. But yeah, that got thrown out. Okay. But yeah, Battler would have been born after that, so that doesn't matter. So yeah, it still could have something to do with Battler. Battler is supposed to be 18, if I remember correctly, but he could have been sort of conceived around 19 years ago. So that could match up. And I had mentioned that nobody died yet, but also it's not midnight. I thought it was midnight. And Battler hasn't been in control of his character than Erica. Although Erica said that Natsuhi is the culprit, so I doubt she would screw that up. But we did have some deaths at the time that Battler came back. I don't know. Battler is looking a little sus, but at the same time, still don't quite feel like it would have been him. I don't know. And then also back when we found out that he wasn't Asumu's son, that's another reason I'm suspicious. Like, who else would it be? Or maybe they'll introduce a new character, I don't know. But there's only supposed to be 18 people on the island, counting Erica. So, well, they just said about the shogi dropping pieces in, but that seems weird. I don't know. Let's just continue. You know me, I like to confuse myself. Natsui slammed the desk hard, held her head, and cringed at the pain from her overwhelming headache. Don't die of cringe, Natsui.
ベルンカステル教は奇跡を司る。あの御人の前にイレギュラーと奇跡は驚くにも値せぬぞ。
将棋は確かにキングの真正面に敵の駒が突如現れることを認めたゲームです。ですが、だからこそそこに隙間を作らぬ完璧な陣形を作り、キングを守る芸術的な城を構築します。
ならばやはり籠城は正しいではありませんか。
こもりきれる籠城ならばいざ知れず、今はそれを期待できる段階にありません。
壁を背負わぬキングを詰めるのは難しく、四方を分けたキングを詰めるのはさらに困難だろう。ネズミで考えよ。カゴに閉じ込めたネズミをつかむことはできよう。しかし野に逃げ出したネズミをつかむことなど雲をつかむに等しい話よ。
夏日様、どうか検討することのご許可を。金蔵様が書斎をお出になり、気まぐれに屋敷内を闊歩しながら親族の方々の目を逃れる。それが自然である筋書きを明朝までに考えます。
危険では。それくらいならお父様がこの部屋で機嫌を損ねられていることを演じ続けた方が。
明日にも親族の方々はこの書斎の前に詰めかけるでしょう。そこの扉一枚向こう側に詰めかけるのです。そこで夏日様は金蔵様と怒鳴り合いをしているかのようなふりを一体何時間続けられるというのですか。不可能です。
Wasn't Kinzo supposed to be, like, yelling at people outside the room before? I wonder if they have some kind of recording of him. Just, like, some small phrases or something. Although, yeah, it wouldn't really make sense for them to have that. They didn't expect this whole situation to happen. Did they make one of the servants or maybe Kraus or somebody sound like Kinzo? You can't mistake him by sight, but maybe by voice.
その不可能をなんとか36時間逃げ切らねばならないのです。やれと言うならやります。私は後宮夏日、後宮家当主の妻です。それをやれと言うなら、私は何日でもここでお父様と怒鳴り合いをしているところを演じましょう。
The wife of the Ushiromiya family head? I thought you were the Ushiromiya family head. Even Natsuhi realized that she could never manage it. But she no longer saw any chance of victory from a plan that involved an illusion of Kinzo walking around. Banging on the desk several times, with tears of rage streaming down her face, Natsuhi alternated between groaning from her headache and placing the blame on one thing or another. It made one feel that there must be some curse that made anyone who sat in that chair act that way.
これは奥様が逃げる詰将棋ですな。詰将棋ですから相手のキングはない。決められた手数を逃げ切る以外に奥様に勝つ手はないのです。
その手数か。あと1日半もあるなんて。多すぎます。
考えることをやめるでない。降参するでない。愚痴はわらわが聞こうぞ。だから音を上げるでないぞ。
Don't stop thinking.
そなたの絶対にこの苦難を乗り越えようという絶対の意志が絶対の結果を紡ぎ出す。それこそが絶対の魔女の力。その魔力を失ってはならぬ。必ず乗り越えられると信じよ。きっと妙案は浮かぶ。だからそれを考えることを投げ出してはならぬ。
そうですね。分かっています。私が乗り越えねば他の誰にも乗り越えられぬ困難なのです。
そうとも。それを乗り越えてみせよとそなたは金蔵に託されたのではないか。金蔵はそなたなら託せると認めたのだ。
お父様、お父様。
お師匠様とロノウェが手は考える。もちろんわらわも考える。だが主であるそなたの許可なくばそれも許されぬ。だからせめてそなたは戦う意志を捨てるな。諦めるな。
分かってます。分かってます。でももう疲れ切ってしまって。どうして私はこんなにも冷え切った書斎でたった一人で泣いているの。
Oh? Crying here all alone in this frigid study? Okay, so does that confirm that I guess Ronove and Virgilia are not actually there?
どうして主人は今ここにいてくれないの？
Oof. Mega oof. Yeah, what the Kraus doing? Back when dinner ended, Kraus claimed to be dizzy and went to bed early. Of course, he had done this to get enough rest to ready himself for the long day ahead. But to Natsuhi right now, it felt as though he'd just gone straight to sleep and pushed the entire burden on her. However, complaining about such a thing would mean her failure as a wife. Isn't it a good wife's duty to work hard and put family first, even when her husband is resting? Filled with regret, even at her anger toward her husband. Unable to determine at whom she should be angry, Natsuhi continued to sob. Only Kinzo could just speak to her kindly at times like this. Beato searched for him, but Kinzo had been nowhere to be seen in the study for some time now. Perhaps Natsuki had noticed this as well. Though she bragged that fighting alone and supporting from behind was the responsibility of a good wife, without anyone to tell her that this really was necessary, she was now so frail that she couldn't stop even her own tears. Just as Beato was trying to think of words to console Natsuki, Virgilia tapped her lightly on the shoulder. Sometimes, when words of consolation don't come from the mouth of the right person, they can do more harm than good. So Virgilia silently told Beato that remaining silent was the best course of action for now.
お取り込み中にごめんなさい。部外者だけど発言いいかしら。
ガープ、今は慎みなさい。
いえ、この場にいる限り部外者も客人もありません。発言を許します。
ありがとう。
Wow, what was that click?
さっき色の上は言ったわ。これは夏日が逃げる詰将棋だとね。詰将棋はどうして負けるの？キングがチェックメイトされるからでしょ。言われるまでもないわ。そして敵にはキングがない。だから夏日は自分のキングを逃がし続けるしかない。
なるほど。その手ですか。
Going to have Kinzo intentionally disappear?
もうその時が来ましたか。
どういうことです？何か手があるというのですか？
夏日はゴールドスミスの死を隠す一番最初に提案してるわ。それを使う時が来たということよ。
失踪ですか？
Yeah, having him go missing.
その一手を親族会議の今指すというのですか？危険すぎます。
Once they'd successfully resolved all their problems, they would have to lay Kinzo to rest. And the best way to do that was to make him disappear. One day, Kinzo would go out into the forest and never return. They wouldn't be able to find him no matter how much they searched, so he would be declared missing.
さっきリーチェも言ったわ。野に逃れたネズミを捕まえることはできない。そして森に消えたゴールドスミスを捕らえることもね。
それで言い逃れられると？この最も疑われた今にその一手を指すなど、まさに自殺にも等しい一手です。
疑われるでしょう。まさに疑惑と呼ばれるに等しい一手でしょう。しかしこの書斎に彼らが踏み込もうともぬけの殻。金蔵様を捕らえることは永遠に不可能で、その死はこれほどまでに疑わしいにもかかわらず立証することができない。
36時間どころか永遠に金蔵の秘密を守ることができるんじゃない？もちろんそれにふさわしいリスクを背負うことになるけれど、
その一手を指せば確かにこの場を乗り切ることはできようが、失う名誉も計り知れぬぞ。
それでも確実にこの場を乗り切れる一手よ。もちろん疑惑を大きく背負うわ。でも死なない。
かにそれは。そうですが。
関東大震災で後ろ宮家は本当だったら滅んでいるはずだったのよ。それを狂気の天才ゴールドスミスが再建して、あなたが守りたくなるくらいに立派に再建してみせたわ。なら今度はそれをあなたたち新しき当主夫妻がやってみせるべきなのよ。
ほう、そういう煽り方をなさいますか。
煽りじゃないわ。当主夫人としての覚悟を私は聞いているだけよ。泥をすすってでも後ろ宮家を守る覚悟があなたにはあるんでしょ。
あります。
今がその時よ。泥をすすって生き延びられるならいくらでも飲み干しなさい。あなたは苦害を這いずって生き延び、やがては必ず栄光を取り戻す。この序列第33位のガープがそれを約束してあげるわ。
ガープ。
私がこのタイミングでここへ遊びに来たのは、きっとそれを望む偶然の神々のお導きでしょうよ。守ってあげる、後ろ宮夏日。対価は不要よ。あんたに仕えてるリーチェからすでにたっぷり前払いされてるわ。
Gop may have seemed irresponsible, but she actually possessed a strong sense of duty. She was the kind of person who just couldn't leave someone in trouble alone. Aha.
前払い？はて、わらわがいつ？記憶にないぞ。
あなたがどこにしまったか思い出せないマジックアイテムの数々。随分とちょろまかせてもらってるもの。
Oh my.
見つからないのはやはりそなたの仕業だったか。返せ！幻の金水晶とムーンステッキ返せ！まだくっつけて遊んでないのに。
What? Illusionary, Silver Crystal, and Moonstick.
私から授けられる魔法と作戦はそんなところよ。ゴールドスミスを誰にも見つけられない世界へ私は隠すことができる。この魔法が必要になったらいつでも言って。その直前まで夏日は他のもっと無難な作戦を思案すればいい。
What I want to know is, where do they keep Kinzo's body? Because he's been dead every time. He died a ways back. But yet, he's always found on fire. Like, they put him in the boiler or whatever. So do they just store him? Yeah, where do they store him? Because if they left him out in the open, the smell would get around. But he's got to be somewhere accessible if somebody can stick him in the boiler. Huh. And I doubt he's just always in the boiler because they need to heat the house.
確かに。選択肢を残すことは心のゆとりを残すこと。心にゆとりなくして妙案も生まれぬものです。
夏日様、夜は短くありません。ガープの手は最後の切り札とし、今は策を練りましょう。そのご許可をどうか。そして必ず成し遂げられるという信頼と魔力と絶対の信念を我らにお与えください。
あんたが信じれば私がそれを叶えるわ。あんたが疑えばそれも私が叶える。未来をあなたが作りなさい。
Face the fear, build the future. Enzo would disappear. And right in the middle of this family conference. Such a move truly would be a last resort. Burying this final trump card in her heart, Natsuki decided that she would grope around for a different plan until the last second. After all, this long, long night has only just begun. Bernkastel and her piece had just as long to prepare as Natsuki did.
Ashiをえぐりて殺せ。これで完成だ。
なるほど、やはりえぐるとはそういう意味だったんですね。またしても私の推理は正解でした。
Are they outside? What's going on here? The feel of it this time was clearly different from the previous times, as though some sort of device had activated. However, as far as a quick glance could tell, there was no dramatic change, such as an entrance or some sort of opening. Apparently, they would need to do just a little more before they could find it.
すげえよ、お前は。これで本当に黄金が見つかったら、俺とお前で山分けだな。
知的興奮を楽しめただけで十分です。私が好きなのは謎解きだけ。報酬はそれが正しかったことの証明だけで十分です。
He shrugged it off, implying that just seeing the gold would be enough. Then she crouched down, peering fixedly at the lock mechanism. Definitely no mistake to say that this girl really loves solving riddles. For her, treasure hunting is all about the delicious process of exposing secrets, though she has no interest whatsoever in getting the treasure for herself and becoming a billionaire.
なるほど。よくもこんな仕掛けを。あなたたちの不運は私をこの島に迎えたことでしたね。
You all?
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで、フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
This level of reasoning is possible for Furudo Erika. Oh my.
いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? As she said this to the now exposed contraption, she grinned. Her smile was triumphant, but it was more fully characterized by the small bit of unpleasant disdain contained within. After solving the riddle, she was probably reveling in it, or in the pleasure... or reveling? Reveling in the pleasure of having won against the one who had proposed it, and she enjoyed her ability to scoff at this person now.
これで黄金が見つかれば 次期当主はクラウスさんでなくあなたですね。
どうだろうな。
クラウスさんってちょっと傲慢な方じゃないですか。偉そうって言いますか。そのクラウスさんが一夜明けたらおいに黄金も次期当主の座もかっさらわれていたなんて、なんだか愉快ですね。
Concerned. And Battler's not amused. Erica was still crouched down as she spoke, her back to Battler as she toyed around with the device.
ジェシカさんでしたっけ？私に意見した女の子。
Oh.
あの子、自分の父親が次期当主だと威張ってましたね。彼女は今夜が明け、バトラさんが全ての黄金を受け継ぎ、自分の父親がもはや次期当主で亡くなったことを知ったら、どんな表情を見せるんでしょうね。
別に俺は200億を独り占めする気は毛頭ねえぜ。ま、せいぜい1割ももらえりゃお腹いっぱいさ。あとは親族で仲良く分けりゃいい。次期当主なんてもっと興味がねえぜ。
Good guy, Battler.
クラウスおじさんに喜んで押し付けさせてもらうぜ。
果たしてそう簡単な話で済むでしょうか。
Yeah, but that's the thing.
それを推理することよりは、今はジェシカさんが明日どんな表情をしながらどんな負け惜しみを口にするかの方が推理の対象としては楽しい気がします。
お前性格悪いな。
おや、謎解きが好きという時点で推理できませんでした？
Couldn't you reason that out from the time you learned that I like solving riddles? No.
私、人が隠すことを暴くのが好きな知的蹂躙者なんですよ。
Excuse me?
碑文の謎解きもそうです。
じいさまが満を持して隠した黄金を暴いてやりたかったんだろ。
That was a really not good way to say that. Yes, that's okay. Yeah, that is very concerning.
最初はそうでしたが、途中から目的が変わりました。
Man, am I glad I don't have to read that out loud.
途中？何に？
ジェシカさんです。私の推理に口を挟み、高潔かつ高尚な時間を汚しました。だからあのジェシカという子に思い知らせたくて、碑文の謎を解くことに目的を変えたんです。
Oh my, so petty.
お前本気で言ってんのか？
私はどんな相手でも屈服させます。それが私の唯一の優越です。まだ推理必要ですか？ 後ろ宮ジェシカは私をムカつかせた。
I don't like that face. That face scares me.
だから私は身の程を思い知らせてやりたくて碑文を解くことにした。そこから導かれる今の私の感情、推理可能ですか？
This time, I turned my back on her in earnest. Did I get a bit too excited by this riddle-solving game? Letting her drive me on and do something terrible? That's right. It should have been possible to reason this out. If the riddle is solved, the relatives will probably freak out about who the successor should be. Dad and some others will probably push for me, the discoverer, to be the successor. And some relatives not thrilled with that prospect will probably oppose them. Despite how adamantly Erica affirmed it, it isn't written anywhere that the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph becomes the successor. Because of this, it'll lead to a fight between those who acknowledge that theory and those who don't. If I reason out what'll happen next, as Erica did, it'll probably lead to a messy fight between Uncle Kraus and the rest of the relatives. Now that I've solved the riddle, will Jessica admire me or curse me? I don't want to think about that now. Erica was still mumbling. Apparently, she had already started trying to reason it out. As I began to feel very bad, I vaguely gazed out into the black night. That time, I looked at a dim outdoor light and saw the silhouette of a person in front of it. I thought I must be seeing things. After all, it was unthinkable that someone could have been standing there this whole time, pounded upon by the rain without even an umbrella. However, the silhouette didn't move an inch. And maybe... no, it couldn't be. It was looking at me. And it was... What? Grandfather. At that moment, I understood. Grandfather's probably been watching us solve the riddle this whole time. And he watched as we spectacularly solved the whole thing. Without a doubt, there was a faint smile on Grandfather's face. Grandfather, who had never worn anything except moody and frightening expressions, looked at me in the eye and smiled at me for the first time. Battler hallucinating? What is going on here? Almost as though he was saying, "How impudent." Or else, "I never thought it would be you." However, this is still the result that Grandfather's epitaph chose. So I'm sure he accepted that result. In the end, he grinned one more time. Of course, he didn't use words. His smile seemed to be wordlessly saying, "Well done." I didn't know how I should respond. I couldn't do anything but stand there in shock. Ignoring Erica, she crouched down, mumbling with her back towards me. Then, Grandfather stretched out a hand from the folds of his cloak and pointed at something. When I looked in that direction, there was... the thing he was pointing at was probably the signpost to the Golden Land. Nani? Go. I'm sure Grandfather said that one word. I nodded to show that I understood. After watching that, Grandfather nodded back, satisfied. Then, with a spin of his cloak, disappeared, seeming to melt into the darkness. The expression on his face at the end was a smile that was, for the first time, truly satisfied.
聞いてます？バトラさん。
Weird. Unless somebody was, like, transporting Kinzo's body, Battler must have been, like, hallucinating or whatever. Huh. I mean, I guess he could be stressed out. It's weird. Because again, Battler was not under Battler's control at this moment in time, so... Huh. I don't know what to make of this. Kinzo's ghost.
私の推理。
Hey, Battler, did you hear my reasoning? Battler, Battler?
見つけたぜ。あれが黄金鏡への道しるべだ。
What is this signpost?
え？あ、さっきと向きが変わってる。なるほど。
Facing a different direction? What?
あちらへ進めという意味ですか。
Oh, okay, so the mechanism that they hit changed something's direction.
良い観察力ですね。
じいさまに教えてもらった。
え？金蔵さん？どこに？
行くぜ。見せてもらおうじゃねえか。黄金鏡ってやつを。
We started to walk. The entrance to the Golden Land was right there.
我が悲文がついに解かれたか。そしてバトラーがか。愉快この上なし。
When I think about it, I was also ahead that no one saw coming. How amusing that the one to succeed me is just as surprising.
これにて我が生涯に一切の未練はなし。ベアトリーチェそなたのもとへ行くぞ。我が碑文が選びし奇跡を手土産にな。
Battler of all people. Battler.
我が生涯の最後の最後に我は真の奇跡を見たり。
Yeah, truly a miracle. The incompetent battler has figured out the epitaph. Although, at this moment in time, he's not incompetent. Because it's not actually Battler. Ba, ba, ba.
ベアトリーチェ、この賭けは私の勝利だ。
Why does it say he's won this bet? Because in the past, he wins the bet if nobody finds it. I'm confused. Okay, so Battler, you gonna get the gold and everything? Ah, flashbang. There's that music again.
体食性以外には金に換金物としての利便性を見出すことはできませんね。これを現金化するには随分の手間をかけそうです。
At the end of a crude underground tunnel, in a VIP room so beautiful it seemed improper, was a pile of gold so large that there could be no doubting its 20 billion yen worth. Erica was calm, but Battler couldn't suppress his excitement. As for which of the two was the correct reaction to show after seeing a mountain of gold, only those who saw the scene with their own eyes could say for sure. In this day and age, it's said that an average salaryman earns about 200 million yen in wages over his life. And this is 20 billion yen worth of gold. With even 1/100th of this gold mountain, a single human could live their entire life without working. What is labor? Isn't it the very point of a human's life, since a person who doesn't work cannot eat? If so, then 200 million yen is enough to make a single person's life complete. And this is 20 billion yen. This would account for the labors of 100 humans. No, a single human life 100 times over. Of course, if you still wanted to work, you could. Any money you gained as a result could be used to play with. After all, you would already have enough money to live for your entire life. No, for eternity. No, wait. I mustn't keep it all to myself. I can split it up among 100 people. If I could create a world where a full 100 humans wouldn't have to work for their whole lives, just what kind of world would that be? Yeah, there's no doubt at all.
ここが黄金鏡なんだ。
というわけで、ベルンバトラは見事に黄金を見つけましたとさ。
Oh, burn Battler.
めでたしめでたし。肝となる部分は少し伏せさせてもらったけど、そのくらいの意地悪はしてもいいわよね。
Had her hide the more central parts of it.
ああ、 そこは好きにしな。自分の謎がどういう謎なのでどういう答えだったのかというミクロな見地に興味はね。
I am though.
大事なのはその結果、黄金が10トン発見されたという事実の方だ。
The gold was discovered in the third game as well, by Aunt Ava. Aunt Rosa also witnessed it. However, the two of them hadn't spoken of the gold's discovery to anyone. In other words, there was a chance that the gold's discovery was a cat-box truth kept between the two of them. More specifically, it was possible that the gold didn't exist, and was just an illusion.
しかし、俺がとうとう見つけちまったわけだ。猫箱が開かれちまった。
Has it though? Are you really seeing what actually happened? Because you weren't here. Or I don't know. Something about this is suspicious. Now, Eric is also there. That's true, and she's the he's the detective. Yeah. True. So the gold is real?
副将ごっこは時間の無駄だから先にサービスしてあげる。この黄金の山は本物よ。
Oh, okay. Mountain of Gold is real. Yep. Said it in red.
ここに積まれたインゴットは全て本物の純金。レプリカとか偽物とかそんな騙しは一切なし。
No tricks such as replicas or fakes.
よし、わかった。この黄金は認めるぜ。だが、認められないものがまだある。
そうよね。会っちゃったものね。金蔵に。
Yeah, he met with Kinzo, which is impossible because he's dead.
金蔵は幻想のはずなのに、あなたさっき出会っちゃったわよね。やっぱりこれは魔法なんじゃないのかしら。
ほざけ。俺は一言もじい様と言葉を交わしちゃいねえ。じい様と言葉を交わしたような気持ちになっただけだ。いい加減にしろ。同じ手はもう通用しない。
ならほらどうぞ、青き真実。
おそらく俺は自分の謎を解き興奮状態にあった。それで何かをじい様と見間違えたんだ。例えばそれは暗がりの木立に引っかかった何かのシートかカバーで、それが漆黒のマントを羽織ったじい様に見えたのかもしれない。その結果、俺はじい様と何かのやり取りをしたように誤解したんだ。
青き真実、有効ね。まあ、私も全く同じことを青で語ったわけだけど。
Okay, Bernkastel said the same thing. And she says it's valid. So... But yeah, I almost wonder if they were smuggling Kinzo's body out of there, but then again, at this point in time, Kinzo's body would be horribly decayed, probably. Or, they could have, like, intentionally made a Kinzo doll and, like, walked it out to the forest. Just in case anybody was watching, I guess. Alright, well, but there was nobody with him. And that's nobody that they could see. Yeah, maybe he was just hallucinating it.
Soで通ったのか。赤き真実で反論は。
ないわ。今のところはね。
Yeah, she doesn't have to respond right now. That can't be mistaken by sight. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it was... Well, yeah, if it was something dressed up as him, intentionally, that wouldn't... Yeah. I mean, if it was his actual body that they were taking out, that could work, but, again, he should have been pretty well decayed by now. It shouldn't be his original body. The me who'd let out a strange yell in front of the Gold Mountain was finally starting to regain his cool. Now that we've found it, there's no covering it up. I vaguely considered keeping this discovery a secret. However, Erica wanted to prove that her own reasoning was correct by announcing this to everyone. You really... I'm not reading that. The puzzle-solving game is what's important to her, and she doesn't intend to take any responsibility for what happens after the riddle is solved. A riddle is sort of like a lock. Locks exist to be locked, and they're only significant when they're locked. Therefore, it ought to be essential to have some goal in mind when exposing such a thing. However, to this girl, the act of exposing is itself her final goal, and she has no intention of taking responsibility for anything that happens later. Maybe the true storm to hit Rockinjima isn't the typhoon, but her. She won't keep this discovery secret. She'll definitely announce it so she can brag about her success. Then, she'll call a real storm down upon this island. I won't be able to keep this covered up. In that case, there's nothing to do but announce this fact fairly to all. I can't imagine what'll happen after that. As she grinned, Erica muttered to herself. She must have been anticipating the uproar that the relatives would soon bring about. To her, merely imagining that was far sweeter than 20 billion yen in gold.
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで、フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
Oh my.
いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
What do you think, everyone? Yeah. There's the cracked scene, or the cracked glass again. Huh. I remember that last time I had wondered if things that you see before the before the glass cracks are actually real, but the detective is there, so it should have been real. Like that scene. The gold is real, definitely, because that's set in red, but the scene itself could be questioned of finding the gold. But with the detective there, I guess you can't really question that. So I guess my theory that the cracked glass represents false, a false scene, not valid. The sudden sound of someone banging fiercely on the door brought Natsui to her senses. She had probably nodded off in the study while planning how they would overcome the next day. But what could it be? At a time like this? More importantly, the knock itself was strange. If someone wanted to contact her, they could have just used the internal phone line. She'd told them that she'd be here. Realizing that something strange was going on, Natsui shook her head one more time, completely throwing off her drowsiness.
お父様、お父様、エヴァです。至急重要なお話があります。
Ava. It was Ava's voice. What is this? I thought I told them to lock the doors and windows of the mansion tightly after everyone left for the guest house. So why is Ava here? Natsui ran up to the door, responded with a small knock, and spoke through the door in a quiet voice.
何事ですか、想像し。
夏日姉さん、なんでこんな時間にあんたがお父様の書斎にいるのよ。
静かになさいと申し上げています。当主様が何よりも沈黙と静寂を好まれることをお忘れですか。
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないのよ。ご託はいいからとっととここを開けなさい。お父様を出して。
She's gonna be forced to use the disappearance strategy here.
当主様は先ほどお休みになられたばかりです。何のご用か存じませんが、明日私が伺います。
あんたなんかに用はないわよ。いいからさっさとここを開けなさい。
Sometimes, multiple schemes and assumptions can fall apart due to the most direct, simple, and emotional of strategy. Bad. If I open the door, Ava will probably throw herself forwards and rush into the study. Now I can't even open this door. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. It's okay. Both of the keys to the study are here. No one can open this door. Natsui inched away from the door and grabbed the receiver.
もしもし、夏日です。
私だ。まずいことになった。急いで客間に降りてきてほしい。
It was from Kraus. His tone was strained. What in the world happened?
バトラー君とあのエリカという客人が魔女の碑文を解いて黄金を発見したらしいのだ。
それは本当に？
ルドルフたちが押しかけてきている。これからバトラ君が 全員立ち会いのもとに黄金の場所に案内すると言っている。
今書斎の扉の前でエヴァさんが開けろと騒いでいます。今開けたら書斎の中に押し入ってくるかもしれません。
わかった。私もそこに行く。エヴァには構うな。何もせずにそこにいるんだ。扉の前からエヴァを追い払ったら合図するからすぐに出てきたまえ。いいな。
Oh. Right after that, Kraus came up the staircase, accompanied by Genji. A heated debate started between him and Ava. Open up! No, calm down. In the middle of that, there was a small knock as a signal. Kraus had cleverly pushed Ava away from the door and distracted her. During that gap, Natsumi slipped out of the study and quickly shut the door. Ava noticed this, and her face twisted in disappointment. But the heavy sound of the auto lock had already rung out, and the door had been sealed.
碑文の黄金が見つかったのよ。お父様にご報告するのが筋でしょうが。それとも何？お父様にはそれを伝えられない都合でもあるの？
Yeah. I feel like they pretty much have to use the excuse that Enzo disappeared. Because otherwise, yeah, you have to let him know about this.
親父殿からは床についたら何があっても起こすなと厳命されていてね。それを守るのは当主代行の務めだよ。そうだろう、源氏さん。
Natsui just said he went to sleep. I mean, that's true, but that could easily be pushed aside as just trying to hide that he disappeared. I mean, it would still make them look bad, but it wouldn't really hurt the disappearance theory.
はい。親方様のお休みは何があろうとも乱すことは許されません。
それも時と場合によるでしょうが。だって碑文が解けたのよ。お父様には真っ先に知る権利があるわ。もちろん明日当主様には全てを私たちから報告します。それが当主代行である私たちの役目ですから。そんなの知らないわよ。いいからこの扉を開けなさいよ。お父様に会わせなさい。お父様、お父様、聞こえていますか？エヴァです。ここを開けてください。話してよ。痛い。
私たちが話を聞くと言っている。やかましく扉を叩くな。
話してよ。話しなさいよ。
クラウス様、エヴァ様、親方様がお休み中と申し上げております。これ以上はお控えください。
When Genji spoke firmly, the two finally ceased their scuffle. It seemed that Genji, the one who had spoken for Kinzo since they were very young, still possessed an air of dignity strong enough to handle both Kraus and Ava. Ava put her argument aside for the time being. She could hold off worrying about that until after she saw the gold with her own eyes. After all, not even Ava had seen it for herself yet. Natsuhi and the others had managed to somehow deal with the momentary crisis. However, The move of the demons that would sneer upon their efforts had already begun.
バトラが碑文の謎を解いたというのか。
エリカなる娘にだいぶ助けられたとはいえ、たどり着いたのはバトラーだった。エリカは黄金鏡の権利を放棄すると宣言している。よってバトラが黄金鏡にたどり着きし者だ。
運命とは実に面白いものです。バトラ様がたどり着くとは。
どうするのです、ベアト。碑文の謎を解く者が現れたなら儀式は取りやめる約束ですよ。
そういう取り決めであったな。
そういう取り決めだ。
バトラ様はどうやら黄金鏡の主となられるおつもりがないようだ。我らの主となる者はもはや現れぬようですな。
それもまた運命です。ゴールドスミス教とのご縁で人間の世界に権限して数十年。とても楽しい時間でしたよ。
やだリーア、ババ臭い。でどうするわけ？リーチェとゴールドスミスのルールなら、バトラが碑文を解き主となることを選ばない以上、私たちはこれでお役御免じゃないの？
そうであるな。私に未練は何もない。いつでも呼吸とすへ蹴落とされる覚悟はできておるぞ。
待て、そうはいかぬ。そなたの心残りはないかもしれぬが、わらわはまだ夏日に仕えておるぞ。バトラが碑文を解いたからお役御免ではあまりに義理を書くというもの。魔女は契約違反を許さぬが、不義理もまた許されぬ。
でしょうな。親族会議を終えるまではきっちりとお使いするべきでしょ
う。Witches should show gratitude. Really? Really?
となると、ゴールドスミス教ももうしばらくはお役御免とはなりませんね。無事に親族会議を乗り越え、せめて夏日様にお別れの挨拶と。もしできるなら、これまでの努力をねぎらわれるべきかと。
あれもよく愚足を支えてきたものよ。
貴様など片刃をもがれた打天使ではないか。揃わぬ翼なら置き土産に捨てていけ。
それもよかろう。夏日ならば我が翼を背負うにふさわしいかもしれぬ。しかしここからが正念場となるぞ。褒美は用意した。無事にこの試練を乗り越えてみよう、夏日。
The mountain of gold left everyone speechless, regardless of how strongly they had believed in its existence. No one could look at this much real gold and not be shocked.
こんな場所があるなんて。
信じられん。親父め。
Everyone was stunned by the gold. The first one to break the silence and jump around in ecstasy was Hideyoshi. Letting out an excited laugh, clung to the wall of gold. Then he felt the cold, hard touch of it all over his cheek.
こりゃすごいで。ほんまもんやで。
親父め、こんな黄金をこんなふざけたところに溜め込みやがって。
Then they all shared the gold and worked on their economic problems, and everybody lived happily ever after the end.
これだけあればもう何も怖くない。どんな試練だって乗り越えられる。ローザー
Why Rosa? Why Rosa?
姉さん姉さん、これで私たちは幸せになれるよね。
Like, are they just that happy that they don't care? And they're just like hugging the person next to them, or there's some underlying thing here between the two of them. Huh. Ava and Rosa moved towards each other at the same time and hugged as they broke down crying. Ecstasy and shock, wonder and sighs. After stepping forward in front of the pile of gold that had caused these mixed emotions, Erica spoke as though she were an announcer in some show.
この世が金なら、この黄金は幸せの結晶です。おめでとうございます、皆さん。この発見が皆さんの人生をより豊かなものにすることを心よりお祈りいたしております。
脱帽だわ。この島に来て丸一日さえ過ごしてないあなたが碑文を解いてしまう
一日で解けないなら何日をかけようとも解けません。灰色の脳細胞はひらめきを与えるのに瞬きする以上の時間を必要としませんので。
He literally just said skill issue.
そして私一人ではこの謎を解くことはできませんでした。バトラさんの功績もどうか称えてあげてください、皆さん。私はこの発見を放棄します。推理が正しかったことが証明されただけでもう満足していますので。よって黄金発見の功績のすべてをバトラさんに譲りたいと思います。私はここにおりますが、イボはいないものとしてどうぞお話をお続きください。バトラさんはいとこの皆さんに気づかれぬように大人の皆さんだけを呼び出しました。
I'm sure that none of the cousins would notice. Huh. Interesting choice.
それが意味するところはただ一つ。皆さんに本当の親族会議を開いていただきたいからに他なりません。
エリカ、勝手に仕切るんじゃねえ。
これは失礼しました。それでは議事の進行役を譲ります。では誰に？
Shrugging, Erica looked around at everyone. After a short period of silence, Ava made the first move.
昼間の取り決め、全員忘れてないでしょうね。
ああ。
Oh boy, here we go.
4人で25億ずつを山分けだ。そして次期当主にはさらに100億。
お待ちなさい。黄金の発見が次期当主を決めるなどと誰が決めたのですか？
おっと、そうはいかんで、夏日さん。これまでずっとそれを前提に話を進めてきたはずやで。今さらそれは白々しいとちゃうんか？
そうだわ。使用人の誰かが碑文を解いてしまって次期当主を名乗るかもしれないって怯えてたのは夏日姉さんじゃない。
どこにもそうだという明記はないがね。
卑劣感！私たち全員はそういう認識だったでしょうが。
そうだぜ兄貴。今さら手のひらを返そうってのか？
明文化されてなくてもそれは間違いなく私たちの共通認識だったはず。話にもならないとおっしゃるのはどうなのかしら。
当主様の碑文を勝手に解釈されるのは困ります。黄金を見つけたらそのものが次期当主になるとどこに記されているというのです。当主様の碑文は当主様が決めたもの。皆さんに決めつける権利などありません。
夏日、落ち着きなさい。
これが落ち着けるというのですか？確かに碑文を解いた功績は素晴らしいと思います。バトラ君にも何かの見返りがあっても良いとは思います。しかしそれが半分というのは明らかに逸脱していますし、それ以上に発見者だから次期当主という論法はなおまかり通りません。
卑怯だわ夏日姉さん。今日の昼間にしてた話と全然違う。
同感だぜ。明文化されてなくても碑文を解いた奴が次期当主になるってのは俺たちの不分率で最前提だったはずだ。それをこの土壇場でごちゃごちゃ言い出すのはフェアじゃねえぜ。ああ、フェアじゃねえ。
とにかくこの黄金はお父様の黄金です。お父様の許可なく勝手に分配を決めていいものではありません。
Bruh. Greedy much? Like, Natsui, just let it go. Take your gold, it should be enough for you, and just be happy with not being charged with embezzlement and all that fun stuff. My goodness.
そらない。そら卑怯やで、夏日さん。わしらその話を延々と昼間にしたんやで。昼間の話を全部チャラや言うんか？そらあんまりやで。
多数決で決めればいいのよ。黄金を発見したバトラ君が次期当主。私も夫も異議はないわ。ルドルフたちは？ローザは？
異議なんかねえぜ。バトラー、よくやった。
私も異議はないわ。バトラ君は碑文に選ばれた正当な跡継ぎよ。不満ならお父様に直接聞けばいいんだわ。
Yeah, why not just ask father directly? And here Natsui shoots herself in the foot. Lose the succession. Yeah. But I mean, Battler doesn't want succession anyway. Now, I'm sort of surprised Battler hasn't said anything like, why don't we just split it evenly? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They crazy.
そうね。夏日姉さんの言った通り、碑文の謎を出題したのはお父様。
I don't think they'll let Battler turn the succession down, yeah. I mean, everybody else should be fine with, like, 5 billion. Why are they so greedy? Why are they so greedy? Why are you like this?
そしてこの黄金の本来の持ち主もお父様だわ。だったらお父様に話を聞くべきじゃないのかしら。バトラ君という発見者はどう扱われるのか。それについて決めていいのはお父様だけのはずだわ。
それは。
Yeah. But yeah, at most, they should have pushed to split it evenly. 5 billion for everybody, or every family. Or maybe like 4 billion for every family and Battler gets 4 billion, I don't know. Divided into 5 parts instead. But if they push to keep it all for themselves, just because they want the succession, yeah, they're gonna get pushback about, well, then let's talk to father. And then they're gonna get absolutely bodied. Because they can't. Because he's dead. And then they're gonna get sued. And then they're gonna go to jail. Great thinking, Natsuhi. And Kraus.
だから落ち着けと言ったのだ。
ローザとキリエさんの言う通りだわ。お父様に聞きましょうよ、お父様に。もはやね、兄さんたちの出番じゃないのよ。
せやせや、お父さんを連れてこんかい。あんたらじゃ話にならへん。ほんまの親族会議を始めようやないか。眠いから明日にしろっちゅう問題に見えまっか。これ舐めとったらえらい問題になりますぜ。おう、聞いとるんかい。お前らじゃ話にならん言うとるんや。
Man, Hideyoshi's getting angry.
たったとお父さん連れてこんかい。
親族会議っていつもこういうのなんですか？
Eric is just snickering in the background.
俺が知るか。
腹の中ではいつもこうなのでしょうね。どうもこの場は金蔵さんじゃないと収められなくなるみたい。子供の喧嘩に余命あとわずかと宣告されてる今になってもまだ呼び出されるなんて、どういう気持ちかしらね、金蔵さん。それを想像、いいえ、推理するのもおつなものです。
The parents ignored Battler and Erica and kept yelling at each other, on and on. Even though Battler had more or less imagined that this sort of thing happened behind the scenes, this was the first time he'd seen it. He'd suspected it since 6 years ago, and he'd been able to get a pretty good idea of what this was like by the darkening expressions on his parents' faces when this time of year drew near. However, this argument with his relatives or this argument his relatives were having before his very eyes was much more ugly than he'd imagined. That's why he was very glad that he'd called the adults out here without letting the cousins catch wind of anything. Perhaps because everyone was tired out from the seemingly endless argument, they took a short break. It was decided that this family conference inside the Golden Land should be moved over to the mansion. Also, nobody's died yet. This place must have, may have been gorgeous, like a VIP room, but there was no heating, and it was a little cold. It wasn't well suited for a long conversation. They thought of the possibility that someone might snatch the gold away while their backs were turned. But of course, no one could manage much with just human hands in a small amount of time when it's 10 tons of gold they're dealing with. In fact, it might be said that having this mountain of gold in the background was actually robbing them of the ability to make sound decisions. So they agreed to return to the mansion, in part so that they could regain their composure and continue the conference more cold-bloodedly.
So それでは私は今夜はこれで失礼します。これ以上はお邪魔でしょうから。
Wait, is it? Oh, well, did they call him out right away? That would explain why they didn't get cousins out here. I thought it was the next day. I thought it was already the next day. Yeah, Natsui fell asleep, and that made me think that when she woke up it was already the next morning or whatever.
Oh, 悪いな。気を使わせちまったか。
あなたへのお礼は明日改めてさせてちょうだいね。恥ずかしいところを見せてごめんなさい。
あなたは辞退すると言ったけど、私たちはあなたへの感謝の気持ちを込めて第一発見者の一人にふさわしい分け前を用意させていただくわ。ねえ、兄さん。
I don't remember if there was a clock or anything. It's probably around 10:30 to 11. Yeah. But man, Natsui fell asleep real fast then. Like, she was getting so worked up about having to think of a plan, and then she just falls asleep. Oh my.
君ほどの人だ。我々の事情は察してくれると思うね。
$20 billion yen in gold isn't something they wanted out in the open. They didn't want an outsider like Erica telling people about it. Of course, Erica had already reasoned out that much. She wore an unpleasant smile on her face, as though she understood all too well.
私のことはお気になされなくて結構です。もちろん口外する気もありません。したところで証拠を示せぬ限り誰も信じないでしょうし、今夜は良いものを見せてもらいました。眼福でしたので、私はこれでもう十分です。
そうね。10トンの黄金なんてなかなか見られるものじゃないもんね。
Seeing the gold was the spectacle? Of course not. Judging by Erica's dark nature, it's obvious what she's so happy about. I thought about telling her to just go away, But even I wanted to get out of this place. I tried to head back to the guest house along with Erica. However, Kirie-san grabbed my shoulder.
バトラ君はダメよ。あなたも一緒に来てちょうだい。
せやせや。君は今や立派な次期当主なんやで。お父さんにお目通りして早くそれを認めてもらわんとな。
それを決めていいのは当主様だけです。勝手なことを決めないように。
Matsui, give it up.
バトラ、面倒だろうが、もうしばらく付き合ってもらうぜ。お前は何も言うな。黙ってうつむいてりゃいい。分かったな。
好きにしやがれ。
It would have been easy to say that I had no interest in being the successor. But I was sure that would only add more oil to the fire. Even if I hadn't been ordered to stay quiet, staying shut up like a clam was clearly a good idea. In that case, would it really be so bad if they just let me go back to the guest house? Dad put his arm firmly around my shoulder, and I told him it was uncomfortable and to let go. However, he didn't pay attention to a word I said.
Hibun, 解けたな。お前のお望み通りに。
But Meta Battler, you didn't solve the epitaph. You don't actually know what the answer is. You only know the result.
お前がゲームマスターの時にはいつも手紙が来るもんな。碑文を解いてみろ。解けなきゃ皆殺しだ。みたいな。
Why did she want us, or want to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph? By solving it, we found a mountain of gold. Yippee for us. And what about Beato? Does she gain anything by having us find the gold? Or does she lose something?
チェスパン思考にのっとる限り、人は自らが損になる一手は打たない。だからお前は、俺たちが碑文を解くことで何か得をするはずなんだ。
I mean, I'm sort of thinking Beatrice is just Natsuhi. And she wants him to find the gold so that they can have gold. I don't know.
いいえ。碑文を誰かが解くことで、この子が何かを得ることはありません。
That has nothing to gain. So then, was it the power of the bet, like originally stated? Or just for fun? Is Beatrice an actual person? Because there's still that unsolved mystery of whatever happened 6 years ago. I know nothing.
いいのか？こいつに断らずに勝手に赤き真実を使っちまっても。
この子もそれを望むでしょうから。
Virgilia, who had suddenly appeared there, quickly gave an answer to my question with the red truth. Seems like Battler also doesn't, yeah.
俺は過去にベアトが碑文を俺たちに解かせようとするのは黄金の隠し場所を見つけさせて横取りするためだと推理したことがある。それも違うのか？
はい。第一、もともと黄金鏡の黄金はこの子のもの。見つけさせる必要も横取りする必要も何もありません。
Gold of the Golden Land belongs to Beatrice. The gold is real. Beatrice must be a real person, then. Is she the same Beatrice that was on the island so many years ago, though? That's a question that still needs an answer, I think. Of course. Beato is Beatrice the Golden. Isn't she the master of the Golden Land and the Ushiromiya family alchemist? That totally makes sense. However, that makes me even more confused. Even if someone exposed the answer to the epitaph's riddle, Beato has nothing to gain. No, to the contrary, her own gold might be stolen away.
なら、ますますにわからない。非分殺人はわかる。後ろ宮家に対する復讐とか、あるいは魔女としての力を復活させるための儀式とか、こいつなりの理由や目的があってやってるんだろうからな。だが、碑文の謎を解けというのにはどんな意味があるんだ？俺たちが解いても解かなくてもこいつに得るものは何もない。つまりベアトにとって碑文の謎が解ける解けないという問題は無価値なものなんだ。
そうですね。碑文の謎が解けても解けなくてもこの子にとって得るものは何もありません。
Whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, this child stands nothing to gain at all. What sorcery is this?
解けても解けなくてもそれはつまり碑文の謎自体がベアトにとって無価値だということになるんじゃないのか。
そうですね。碑文の謎はこの子にとって何の意味もない。ならばそれを無価値であると極論しても言い返せないかもしれませんね。
He didn't say it in red this time. So is this the truth? Perhaps the riddle doesn't have any meaning for this child. Beato, why are you making us solve the epitaph's riddle? If we liken the witch you are to a pair of scales, the epitaph murders lie on one plate, and the riddle of the epitaph lies on the other plate. After all, she's saying she'll stop the epitaph murders if the epitaph is solved. In other words, the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle are worth the same to Beato. Just like two sides on a balanced scale. That means that both the epitaph's riddle and massacring all the relatives are equally significant from Beato's point of view. But Virgilia responded with the red truth. Regardless of whether the epitaph is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. If she has nothing to gain, then this epitaph's riddle is meaningless and immaterial to Beato. In that case, how much are the epitaph murders, which lie on the other side of the scales and are equal to the epitaph's riddle in value, worth to her? Think. Don't stop thinking. The epitaph murders and solving the riddle of the epitaph have equal worth. As long as the epitaph murders, which are Beato's goal each time, have this single way that they can be stopped, a way that she decided on herself, both are worth the same thing to her. X equals Y. And whether the epitaph's riddle is solved or not, Beato has nothing to gain. Y equals 0. So in this case, what is X? I don't know. Is it 2?
おいおい。それじゃ、非分殺人もまた無意味、無価値ってことになっちまうぞ。こいつはご丁寧に予告状を出し、非分に沿うように順番にバレないように次々殺していくというめちゃくちゃ面倒な手間を払ってまで、毎度あのおかしな連続殺人を起こしてるんだぜ。その意味がなくなっちまうじゃねえか。
The heck? I spun the chessboard around and searched through Beato's moves over and over. It is always the first place I stumble. The significance of the epitaph murders. Why did she have to commit serial murders in a way that reproduced the witch's epitaph? If she wanted to kill the whole Ushiromiya family for revenge, it'd be much simpler, safer, and more reliable if she just put poison into their dinner. Or else went around killing people one by one in the middle of the night while they were sleeping. However, on the first evening, Beato sent us a letter that sounded like an advance notice, and then carried out a 3-part serial murder with large gaps in between. The 6 people of the first twilight, the 2 people of the second twilight, and the 5 people of the fourth and later twilight. We aren't fools. Once the first murder occurs, we barricade ourselves in somewhere to stave off any further murders. Furthermore, we quickly suspect a culprit among us and start analyzing each other's alibis. Amogus? As the victims increase, the number of suspects decreases automatically, and Beato's chances of success in this serial murder drop closer and closer to 0. All the epitaph murders are like she's strangling her own neck, making it harder to succeed in this serial murder she's attempting. All for useless embellishment. All just for show.
こいつは自分で自分の目的の難易度を上げている。
そうなりますね。おかしな子ですね。
知ってるか？ミステリー小説ではこういう非分殺人のことを見立て殺人という。この見立て殺人が行われる理由を俺は3つに大別できると思ってる。
Hotline murders.
伺いましょう。
一つは非分に沿うことで 証拠やアリバイをごまかし犯人に利するためだ。死んだふりをして自らを犠牲者に混ぜる古典もこれだし、碑文に沿わずに殺人を犯し、その発生順序を誤解させることによってアリバイを作るのもこれだ。
なるほど。碑文に沿って儀式的に殺していると見せかけて、実は自分に利するように誘導しているわけですね。面白いと思います。
Not necessarily following the epitaph. Well, sort of, or making it look like she's following the epitaph. Actually just guiding their thinking. That would work with certain episodes, I think. Oh no, well, at least episode 3, Ava Beatrice just sort of put the stakes in after they died. He wasn't really doing it correctly. I don't know. Well, and in episode 4, they were killed by the Chester sisters, and I guess then some of them got stakes in. So once again, they were killed in a similar manner, but not actually, or, well, they were killed in a way to sort of follow the epitaph, but not quite. But then what's the point of masking it with the epitaph? What? Hmm.
だが、俺たちのゲームでは死者が赤でとどめを刺されちまう。ゲーム版の世界ではごまかせても、ここから俯瞰する俺たちはごまかせない。
Yes, much confused.
だから、この最も王道となる目的は違うってことになる。
The most obvious possible goal for her isn't the real one. Huh.
となると、見立て殺人を行うあと2つの理由は？
一つは偶然。意図せずして行った連続殺人がたまたま碑文をなぞる形になり、目撃者たちが勝手に見立て殺人だと誤解するケース。人間はどのような事象にも因果性を求めてしまう。きっとそうに違いないと思ったら、そう見えてしまう生き物だ。
Can't be coincidence, because yeah, like they make sure to use the stakes and everything.
なるほど。それも面白いですね。ですがどうでしょう。この子のゲームでは第一の晩の殺人以前に常に事件が予告されている。そして明白に碑文殺人を遂行していることを示す手紙や状況証拠が次々に見つかるはずです。
ああ、そうだな。偶然なんかじゃない。ベアとは初めから碑文殺人を見せつける目的で遂行している。俺たちが誤解してるんじゃない。これは明白な見立て殺人なんだ。だからこの理由でもない。
となると最後の一つの理由になりますね。
最後の一つは見せつけること。
As they want to show someone something.
つまり恐怖だ。
Or specifically fear.
碑文に沿うということは殺人が連続するという明白な予告だ。生存者たちは続くに違いない殺人にずっと怯えさせられることになる。
つまりこの子は死の恐怖を味わわせるために碑文殺人を。
と思うと割と収まりがいい。グロい遺体損壊も悪趣味な装飾もすべて俺たちを怖がらせるための演出。
Someone fear or feel the fear of death. And is it to make Battler feel the fear of death?
誰を怖がらせるためなのですか？
And to terrify whom? I don't know who else it would be other than Battler.
だからそれは俺たちを。
Yeah. Us? What do you mean us? There's only you. Why would it terrify Virgilia or Ronave or any of the anybody else? After hearing that one line Virgilia spoke so casually, my thoughts clouded over once again. Is it really sufficient to use the vague word us? There are many humans in the Ushiromiya family. There's the head and the one who holds the rank of his successor, grandfather and Uncle Kraus. There's the relatives who have some pull in the business world. On the other side, you have the young cousins, who usually visit at most once a year, and the unfortunate servants who just happen to be on duty that day. Even if the culprit hates all of us, there should be clear differences in how much they hate some of us compared to others. So it should be possible to pick out people among us that the culprit especially wanted to terrorize or have revenge against. If we liken this to a kid eating dessert, isn't the strawberry on top of a shortcake the part you should eat last? No one tells you that you shouldn't eat it first, but our mentality encourages us to save it for later.
じゃあ最も恨んでいる人物を最後まで残したがるってことになるよな。ああ、俺の好きな小説の好きなキャラが言ってたぜ。そいつの親しいものから先に殺していって悲しみを味わわせてから最後に本人を殺すってのが一番恐ろしい殺し方なんだみたいなことを。
Yeah, and Battler, who tends to be last, I wonder? Hmm?
おやおや、恐ろしい小説もあったものですね。桑原桑原。
じゃあ最後まで生き残るやつが最もベアトに恨まれてるって論法になるぜ。しかし毎回毎回殺される人間も順序もめちゃくちゃじゃねえか。最終的には死ぬにせよ。
You read a novel that worked like that? Okay.
最後の晩まで毎回生き残るやつなんて。
That's the same one Battler Yukishi's thinking of? And I probably wouldn't know it even if you said it. I haven't really read a lot of mystery novels. I tend to like action more. I guess I read some mystery novels when I was younger, but those would be simpler ones. Read a fair bit. Of mystery novels, you mean? Novel from Christie. Okay. And does Battler realize something here? He had a little gasp? From the 30s, probably. Okay. I'm the only one.
先に赤で申し上げておきましょう。
He realized.
バトラ君は犯人ではありませんよ。バトラ君は誰も殺してはいません。これは全てのゲームにおいて言えることです。
Okay, Battler-kun isn't the culprit. Battler-kun didn't kill anyone. This can be said of all games.
ならなおのこと、俺ってことになる。こいつが非分殺人を起こす唯一の理由は、俺に見せつけるためってことになる。
Yes. Question is why? What happened 6 years ago? Every time, Beato brags that she'll choose whom to kill next with a roulette. However, I'm the only one she never kills. Though she does kill me in the end, she leaves me be until the very last moment. In all of these supposedly random games, there's only this one unchanging constant.
こいつは俺に復讐を、俺に恐怖を味わわせるために非分殺人を行っているというのか。
それは違います。恐怖を味わわせるのが目的ではありません。
Her goal is not to make someone experience fear.
誰かに復讐するためのものでもありません。
Not to have revenge. I mean, I was sort of thinking this before maybe, but I guess it's to make him remember. Because whatever happened before, he can't remember. That's when she got all depressed.
Nada.
I mean, not like she shut down depressed, but like she got really upset and sort of gave up on the fourth game.
やはり非分殺人には意味なんてないことになる。
Something bad enough that he'd have to be reminded of it by these horrible murders, yeah. But it's not to get revenge. So what is happening here?
非分の謎も無意味。対となる非分殺人も無意味。X equals Y equals 0。
X equals Y equals 0. Battler, just replace the fear with something else.
だが、その無意味をこいつは明白に俺に対して見せつけている。無意味なことと同価値の何を俺に求めているんだ。
Well, they're worthless to her, but they're not worthless to Battler. They're a means to an end. What is the end?
わからねえ。考えれば考えるほどにこいつが何を考えてるのか俺にはわからねえ。
Don't stop thinking, Battler. Beatrice, the fickle witch who committed meaningless, worthless string of serial murders. Even the epitaph's riddle, which that witch used as a trigger that could suspend the serial murders, is meaningless, immaterial. And yet, she's thrusting this meaningless, immaterial thing in front of my face. Again, it's meaningless and immaterial to her, but it's not to you. What is it that you want from me? Or else, what is it that you're giving me? My idea that Beato has clearly been taking revenge on me has already been denied by Virgilia's red truth. Both X and Y. Both the epitaph murders and the epitaph's riddle hold no meaning for Beatrice. X equals Y equals 0. However, since she's thrusting those things in front of me, they must have some meaning. She showed us the scales representing, if you don't solve the epitaph, I'll carry out the epitaph murders. In other words, neither the epitaph murders nor the epitaph's riddle have any significance by themselves. However, it becomes meaningful when she puts both halves on the scales and puts them on display before us. No, before me. In other words, it should be like this. X equals 0, Y equals 0. X plus Y is greater than 0. A scale with meaningless, weighted things on both sides. Or weightless things on both sides. However, it has weight itself, and gives the rest meaning.
まるで遊びだな。子供のじゃんけんみたいだ。
Rock, paper, scissors is an extremely familiar method of randomly determining a winner and a loser. You sometimes wager some sort of reward on the outcome, but kids often do rock, paper, scissors just to play, without betting anything in particular. Unless you bet something, you have nothing to gain or lose except happiness and frustration. In other words, the two sides of the scale, both winning and losing, are immaterial. However, the very act of seeing which way it will tip is the reason kids play rock, paper, scissors. After all, the kids are enjoying the communication that surrounds the game, and they aren't purely interested in the value of winning or losing. They aren't overly concerned about who wins and who loses.
それじゃベアトにとって非分殺人は成功してもしなくてもいいものってことになっちまう。まるでその過程そのものを楽しんでいるかのようにさえ思える。
Murders are an awkward way for her to play with Battler. Hmm.
以前の俺なら無意味な殺人を繰り返す非道な魔女だと決めつけこいつを罵っただろうさ。
They play in the kids' way, not the manipulate way? Yeah, I get it. But why?
だが今の俺にはそうとは思えない。
ありがとう。だから赤をもう一つ与えましょう。
Oh, one more line of red?
ベアとは快楽目的で殺人を行っていることはありません。
Never committed murder for the sake of pleasure. So it wasn't really to like play as kids play, because that would be for pleasure. So I'm pretty sure it is to remind him of something. She didn't do it for pleasure, and she didn't do it to make anyone feel fear. Since she has nothing to gain, she doesn't care whether the epitaph murders succeed or fail. It's almost like a random game kids would play. Not trying to be deep, by the way, just kind of saying stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Huh. We're getting closer. Closer.
違う。意味があるんだ。こいつには。
It does have meaning?
意味とは何ですか？
わからない。天秤の両端は無価値だ。こいつにとってこの天秤はしっかりと重みあるものなんだ。
Of course it isn't meaningless. Some meaning definitely exists. In the previous game, she urged me to remember my sin of 6 years ago. Am I supposed to believe that was meaningless too?
違う。絶対にそんなことはない。
I clearly remember the serious gaze Byato had back then. Unfortunately, I didn't have a clue what she meant. She saw that, she was horribly dejected. That's right. At that time, I'm sure she even went so far as to say that the crime wouldn't have occurred if I hadn't come.
意味はあるんだ、こいつにとっては。意味が。そしてそれを俺に求めてる。
I laughed softly and poked Byato lightly on the head, then patted her head. What? I mean, it's weird how friendly you're being to Beatrice, but okay.
ラブレターには次からは好きですと短く書くことを勧めるぜ。あまり回りくどくて難解だと意味が伝わらねえぞ。こいつが何を考えてるのか。はい、だが俺は考えることをやめないぜ。まだまだチェス盤をひっくり返せ。お前の思考をたどる旅を俺は絶対にくじけないからな。
So we've had a bit of a breakthrough here. The epitaph and the murders don't matter. Their only value is so that Battler can remember something. But the question is what? Because Battler still doesn't remember. sin from 6 years ago. Okay, it's almost midnight. It's like, was that 11:48 or so? Battler did nothing but gaze blankly out the window. The fighting between the relatives went on without end. At first, the relatives had crowded around the study. However, no matter how much they knocked, the master of the study did not answer even once. Ava and several others said they should open the door with the second key, the one Genji held. However, in a flash of brilliance, Natsui said that Kinzo had been in a particularly bad mood and had taken back the key he'd previously given Genji, which meant that he now had both keys himself. He claimed that this was the reason they couldn't open the door. After she promised to let them meet Kinzo tomorrow morning, no matter what, they finally returned to the dining hall. Hey there, Miranda. What, if anything, have we solved so far, and what do you know you don't know? Well, I know very little. I am Jon Snow. Yeah, the only thing, like, from the last part here, we've, or at least I think it's pretty clear that the murders are only to remind Battler of his sin. I don't know what the sin is. The sin of 6 years ago. Yeah, that's true. We know Kinzo's dead. He's been dead for years. Well, over a year. I don't know if it's multiple years. Huh. Kinzo's dead? How? He just died. Healed over. But yeah. So, since... Well, and they also confirmed it in red. Yeah, he got fed up with Krause's incompetence. That's right, we found out that Krause is incompetent. Like, I'm pretty sure Krause puts Battler to shame. I don't know. I mean, I still don't know what Battler did 6 years ago, so I'm not sure what his level of incompetence is. But Krause is majorly incompetent. But he's been walking around, talking and shouting and everything, yeah. Has he, though? Or is it just an illusion made by the servants and Natsui and Krause? Yeah, I feel like there was something else major, but I don't know. I just still don't know a whole lot. Well, oh, okay, well, I guess we know that Beatrice did exist years ago and was sort of led to her death accidentally by Rosa. Because that's something that happened before the 2 days on Earth in 1986. So that pretty much confirms that happened. Yeah, moon tourism too. To the moon! Darn it, Krause. like 15 years ago. Kraus isn't incompetent. NFTs are gonna take off any day now. Oh my. Oh, no, 18. More like 18 years ago. Okay. Hmm. I wonder if that is part of the thing with Natsuhi? I don't know. I think Natsuhi's thing was supposed to be 19 years ago. But it's strange that Beatrice died that long ago, but then she has some problem with Battler from 6 years ago? Hmm. I don't know what to make of that. Hmm. Or well, it's not necessarily Beatrice that has a problem with Battler, because that was said in red. So I was thinking before that it could be whoever she was before she became Beatrice. Or no, maybe it's... Yeah, it's not necessarily that she has something against Battler. Because we just confirmed that it isn't revenge. It's just she really wants him to remember something. I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe if Battler found her corpse or something 6 years ago? Or did something to her corpse? Or... if she should have died long ago, and then 6 years ago, that's the only interaction I can think to, or that they could have had. But why would that get everybody killed? I don't know. Can't really draw any other lines there. Anyway, what are we doing here? Promise to meet Kinzo tomorrow morning. Finally return to the dining hall. But of course, the argument continued on even there. Ava's group needed a lot of cash very soon, and they were trying to threaten Kraus somehow and make him pay up. Apparently, Battler solving the epitaph threatened Kraus's position as the successor, which gave the others a powerful tailwind. On the other side, Kraus and Natsuhi based their argument on the claim that it had never been specified that ownership of the gold would be handed over to the person who solved the epitaph.
Bruh.
Stop trying to keep it for yourself. Just share the gold. It's it is a shit ton of gold. You all should be able to share it and take care of your monetary problems and be fine. Why you so greedy? It hadn't been hidden gold, but simply Kinzo's stockpile. And it was still Kinzo's property, which meant it would naturally be distributed after Kinzo's death with the rest of the inheritance. Once they made that claim, Ava's group once again started demanding to be allowed to see Kinzo. It had probably been obvious to them from the beginning. This sibling fight could only be settled by Kinzo. This was obviously a confrontation between Ava's group, which wanted cash fast, and Kraus, who was hiding his lack of funds but still didn't need money right away. As he listened vaguely to this exchange, Battler marveled at how, despite their usual affluent airs, they were surprisingly deep in debt.
それもさっき聞いた話ではないかね。もういい。休止しよう。お互い一度した話を延々と繰り返しているだけだ。
This is the world of 1967 set in red, so 19 years before. Okay. But yeah, I wonder if that has something to do with Natsuhi. Hmm. According to the clock, it was almost 24 o'clock. It certainly was a perfect time for a break. The atmosphere relaxed just a bit.
同感や。お互い一服するのも悪くないで。ほな以後は議事を取りながらにせんか。言った言わないはもうごめんや。
まったくだわ。下の根も乾かないうちにそんなことは言ってないなんて。平気で言い出す兄さんとの会議に議事録は必須だものね。
文字じゃ書くのも手間だし、インチキだっていくらでもできるわ。
そうだな。兄貴、こいつは動くのか。オーディオセットかね。
Oh, they do have a recorder.
なるほど。それならば議事を手書きせずに済むし、捏造もできんね。互いにとって公平だ。
勝手にいじらないように。当主様の大切な音楽テープですよ。
The dignified tape set had a sense of weight to it that matched this majestic dining hall perfectly. On pleasant Sunday mornings, it would sometimes be used to play famous tapes or records. However, right now, it was the most neutral and impartial conference record keeper around. Rudolph fished randomly around the cassette rack, searching for a blank tape. And every time he found some tape with sophisticated music on it, he'd complain about how pompous it was.
"お呼びでしょうか?"
休憩することになったの。申し訳ないんだけど、何か飲み物を用意してもらえないかしら。ビスケットみたいなものがあってもいいかもね。
かしこまりました。すぐにご用意いたします。
あと、ごめんなさい。風邪薬あるかしら。さっきから熱っぽくて。
なら無理は良くないな。休みたまえ。
Kraus, I don't know if you should be the one to say that.
ローザがいいと思うなら好きに休めば。
Did she just end her sentence with Eba?
私ならこの大事な会議中に風邪くらいじゃ休まないけどね。
そうかね。
私は遠慮なく休ませてもらうよ。夏日、私たちも少し休まないかね。
はい、あなた。
Sensing that he meant to have a strategy meeting, Natsui stood up. Even if that hadn't been the case, he was so desperate to get out of the room, even for a moment, that she'd taken away any excuse. I'm inventing words. I don't know why. That she'd have taken any excuse. Kraus and Natsui left the dining hall, and the tension in the room truly relaxed.
バトラ君もお疲れ様。最悪の気分でしょ。大人の階段だと思って諦めて。
俺はいつまでここでボサーっとしてりゃいいんすかね。
さあ、バトラ君は私たちのおみこしだからね。
Battler the portable shrine. Hold on, are there? I feel like this is something people could make memes of. Are there? Battler. Alright, is there a meme of this? Well, I'm not seeing anything meme-wise about Battler being a shrine, and I am therefore disappointed.
眠い？
古典の授業程度には。
今夜はどうせお父さんは現れないでしょう。クラウス兄さんたちが戻ってきたら、バトラ君はもう戻っていいかと提案してみるわ。
I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. Maybe they used the small bombs to blow it up. Too busy munching on Ange burgers to build one. A light knock and the faint sound of china clinking together could be heard.
失礼します。
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the servants for a while other than Genji.
お茶をお持ちいたしました。
Shannon and Cannon had come by with a serving cart. The pleasant smell of black tea had the effect of relieving a bit of the tension.
よ、話は聞いてるか？
何のお話でしょうか？
You're about these nuts.
僕たちは何も。
よしなさいルドルフ。教える必要は何もないわ。
僕たちは家具ですから。親族会議のお話には関心ありません。
そうね。それが賢い返事だわ。
深夜勤なの？大変ね。
そういうお役目ですので、ご用命いただけて嬉しいです。
そうかもしれんな。することもなくぼんやり起きてる方がしんどいもんや。わしも下積み時代に倉庫番とかやったことあるんやけどな。ただ起きてるだけでもこれがとにかく辛いんや。戦争直後はな、物資泥棒とかゾロゾロおってな。警察も頼れん時代でとにかく物騒でな。
Hideyoshi was particularly proud of how he'd started with nothing and built up assets by illegally diverting goods from the American army. Uh-huh. Once the subject came up, Hideyoshi tended to get pretty talkative. That doesn't seem like the sort of thing you should be being talkative about. Well, okay, well, I guess it's nothing wrong with anything in Japan. Although after the war... Oh yeah, because Japan was occupied by America for a while. So yeah, I don't know if you want to go spreading that around. Well, it's 1986. I think it's... Yeah, I doubt it would actually matter much then. If you're gonna be corrupt, might as well be proud about it. Post-war Japan's mark of pride, probably. I mean, if it was the next few years after the war, I could sort of see him being arrested by the Americans that were occupying Japan, so that's why I was thinking he probably would not want to talk about it too much, but yeah, this is like way after, so probably doesn't matter anymore. The problem with Krause is that he's trying to hide the embezzlement. Yes, I'm sure it would work much better if he just told everybody about it. The relatives who knew this were greatly relieved to see that a perfect sacrifice had come up.
バレたら一大事や。アメさんは怖いで。
Americandy.
牛肉食っとるからパワーも桁違いや。
Thank you, Hideyoshi. I needed that.
捕まったら最後銃殺刑かデスパイハンギングや。
Okay, now that's a little dark, but understandable because I mean it's war. Can I confirm that? Yes, I am extremely strong and I can lift a car. I can totally do that. That's not an exaggeration. Because of all the beef, I eat beef for every meal, and oh my goodness.
わかるか? Death by hanging.
Death by hanging, yeah.
いや、それでな、わしは思うたんや。肉や、肉や。
It's all about the meat.
日本人はもっと肉を食わなあかん。そしてわしは胃袋をつかむ商売を始めなあかんという典型を受けたんや。
Well, that's one way to start up a business. Shannon's just like, bro, what?
それは大変なお仕事ですね。
よしなさいよあなた。戦後生まれにいくら話しても当時の苦労なんか伝わらないわよ。
Back in my day.
ん？またわしの悪い癖が出てしもうたな。すまんすまん。
あなたたちもお茶をしていきなさいよ。たまには自分たちがどういう紅茶を入れてるか、その下で学ぶのもいい勉強になると思うわ。
Seems like a good idea. Beef, maybe ground beef. Put it placed in between two pieces of bread to make it easy to hold like a sandwich. Yeah, never mind. It'd never catch on. Yeah, I mean, like, who would eat beef like that? It's such a weird idea. Although, okay, now that's making me wonder, like, who had the idea to just grind up beef? Like, I mean, I guess somebody could just be experimenting with food, but I don't know. The name is German? Interesting.
いえ、結構です。お気遣いなく。
Oh, well, Hamburg. Yeah, Hamburg is German. It would seem too easy to realize that cutting across the grain makes it easier to eat. That to its logical. But I mean, yeah. But let's see, when was ground beef? When did somebody actually start doing ground beef? Because before modern convenience, I would imagine that people wouldn't really bother to grind up beef or cut beef that finely and mix it together and everything. It'd be way easier to just like cut a slab and cook it that way. I mean, with ground beef, you always have to be wary of cooking it all the way through, unlike steak or any slab of meat. I'm not sure. Do you have to cook chicken the whole way through as well? I think you need to cook chicken the whole way through. But yeah. And with hamburger, you need to make sure you cook it all the way through, or else you could get sick with mixing it together. But with like a steak, that's why you can have it rare and all that, because you don't have to worry about getting sick from eating the red or pink meat, because it's always been on the inside, or I'm not exactly sure how that works. Bacteria and all that. The term hamburger originally derived from Hamburg, second largest city in Germany. No certain connection between the food and the city. Okay. Not obvious as such, but it's not exactly difficult to imagine, like evolving knives into swords and spears. Who's the first person to figure out how to brew beer? That is a good point. There's a fair amount of food stuff that's just like accidentally created, and then people are like, "Oh, this is actually pretty good. How do I make this normally?" Like cheese too. I imagine nobody really intentionally made cheese. It just sort of happened one day and somebody's like, "Oh, this is actually pretty cool. I want to make this now." Yeah, the steak comes from one cow, so it's pretty safe. Ground beef comes from tens, hundreds, or even thousands of cows. Any one of them is infected can spread to a huge amount. Well, I mean, there's also the surface area. When I wouldn't say ground beef has to come from many different cows. But it's just if you mix all the surface area together, that means you're going to have surface area on the inside. And so any bacteria that was on the surface is now going to be on the insides as well. It can be safe to eat ground beef raw, but it's risk. Steak had clean equipment, then ground it up. Eat raw than the steak itself would have been. I mean, you still shouldn't really eat raw meat. But no, I mean, I think it would still be dangerous to eat the steak if it's red inside if you grind it up and then, yeah, because like I said, anything that's on the surface will then get moved to the inside as well. I don't know. Anyway, food stuff is weird.
少し付き合ってくれよ。大人ばかりで俺も窒息しそうなんだ。
Honestly, it's rather academic. Ground meat is more dangerous. Doesn't really matter too much. Just it effectively is. True. True.
そら、次期当主のバトラ様のご命令だぞ。
And there goes Rudolph, just spouts it off.
そこに座って、俺たちとしばらくお茶しろい。それで、最近の出来事とか趣味とか、見てるテレビとか、若者の今の流行りとか、そういう話をしやがれ。
Hobbies? You think Canon has hobbies? Yeah, just couldn't help himself.
俺たちの勉強になるからな。
明暗ね。ほら、二人とも座って。そして話題に飢えた私たちの生贄になってちょうだい。
Oh my. Become sacrifices for us.
そうやな。若い子と話をしよう思たら、キャバクラでもいかんとこの年では難しいわ。
Furniture doesn't concern itself with hobbies. Oof.
いつまでボサッと突っ立ってんのよ。ルドルフが座れと命令したわ。座りなさいよ。私も許可してあげるわ。
After getting Ava's permission, Shannon and Cannon looked at each other and finally obeyed, nervously. For a while, the two were pounded by questions and became the relatives' playthings. Then, a reserved knocking sound could be heard. All of the servants tended to knock in a similar manner, so no one found it strange. However, Shannon and Cannon turned around with surprised looks on their faces. The servants here today included the two of them, Genji, Kumasawa, and Goda. Goda had the midnight shift at the guest house. Kumasawa had gone to bed in a spare room in the guest house. Two of them were right here, so Genji was the only person left. But they knew very well that Genji wouldn't knock like that.
誰だ？空いてるぜ。勝手に入れよ。
Rudolph didn't recognize the knock either. When he asked, "Who is it?" it became apparent that no one knew whose knock it was. After that, the same knock-knock repeated just once more. Could it be that someone had their hands full and was asking that the door be opened for them? Oh no, we've got spooky wind sounds. That doesn't bode well. Wait, how many people are in this room? We've got Shannon, Cannon. Oh, well, Battler's here, so they wouldn't die at this point. Because Battler has to survive. I mean, Kraus and Natsuhi left, so yeah. I was thinking maybe, so let's see. If Goda and Kumasawa are in the guest house, and the rest of the siblings are in the guest house, or not siblings, but the rest of the cousins are in the guest house, that makes 5 in the guest house. I mean, everybody should be fine. Unless somebody just comes in and murders people willy-nilly. Uh-oh, it's midnight. As a slightly odd feeling began to encompass the room, the sound of the large clock in the hall could be heard. It was a sign that October 4th had ended, and October 5th had begun. Yeah, at the beginning of the game you already saw who dies. I remember Battler was still alive. Oh, right. I think the cousins died. And I forget who else. But there's only 5 people in the guest house. Huh. Oh wait, there's Erica, but Erica can't die. She's the detective. Let's step back a bit in time. Or step back in time a bit. At this time, Kraus and Natsuhi were ways off, in a deserted corridor on the second floor.
もうそれしか手はないのかね。
はい。明日一日、同じ手はもはや通用しないでしょう。これ以上を渋れば、エヴァさんたちはお父様を監禁しているなどと主張して警察に訴える可能性さえあります。もうこれが限界です。
Are they gonna go with the Lost in the Forest? Wait, there's like 8 people there? Jessica, George, Maria, Erica, Goda. Oh, I forgot Nanjo. Well, then that makes 6. Well, not counting Erica. Yeah. Hmm.
バトラ君が黄金を発見するのが全く想定外でした。あれさえなければなんとかうまくやりくりできる筋書きを考えていたのですが。
Copium.
私がかけるといつもこうだな。いつも想定外のことが起き、絶対確実だった話がおかしくなる。
明日の朝、お父様の部屋が空っぽであるということにします。源氏と口裏を合わせ、早朝に森へ出かけていくのを見たと言わせましょう。
その思想をエヴァたちが素直に受け入れるとは思えん。
客も承知です。しかしもうそれしか手がありません。
そのようなことをすればエヴァたちは疑わしいと騒ぎ立てるだろう。エヴァたちは金をせしめるためならなりふりなど構わない。それこそおかしな雑誌とつるんで私の信用にダメージを与えてくるかもしれない。
ダメージで済むではありませんか。万一にもお父様の秘密を知られたらそれどころでは済みません。
明日一日をギリギリまで粘ってからでも遅くはない。もしも明日を無事に乗り切ることができれば私たちは何も失うものはないのだ。
Oh my goodness, Kraus. Cease this. Don't be stupid. Well, don't be stupider than you've already been.
焦って失踪という切り札を切る必要はない。
彼らがお父様を監禁していると騒ぎ立て、そこに失踪していたと返すのですか？その方がはるかに疑いを招きます。
Who's worse, Kraus or Goda? I mean, so far I'd say Kraus. Goda is a jerk, but Kraus basically gambled with all of their family's money. Yeah. I mean, so far, Goda is just a jerk, and Kraus is just a complete idiot who is a danger to himself and others. At least monetarily.
もうお父様にお休みいただきましょう。
Also go with Kraus.
これ以上は無理です。
Kraus, the NFT dealer.
落ち着きたまえ。エヴァたちの毒気を浴びすぎて冷静を失っただけだ。あの書斎に入る鍵は2本しかない。そしてその2本はここに君が持っている。だから誰も入ることなどできん。あの扉は特別製だ。彼らが倉庫からどんな工具を持ってこようともびくともせんよ。
Not even a sledgehammer? What is that door made out of?
そういう物理的な問題ではありません。
だから焦るな。落ち着け。なんなら君は熱を出したことにして寝込んでいてくれればいい。その間に私が全て乗り切ってみせる。
Oh yeah, Kraus, you got this. 100%, yeah. You're so stupid.
あなただけに任せられません。
Special door. No way an axe or a chainsaw could break a wooden door. Yeah, it's a magical door.
私も最後まで戦います。
When Natsui could no longer hold back the tears brought on by her fierce emotions, Kraus held her gently. How long had it been since the last time she'd felt the warmth of her husband's compassion? Oof.
頭痛がひどいのだろう。君がそういうシワを眉間に浮かべるときはいつもそうだ。
あなた。
She had come to think that her husband could never guess the way she felt. But at times like this,
失踪という切り札は最後の最後まで待とう。殿下の報道と同じだよ。
last resort treasured sword.
抜かないうちが花だ。大事なのはいつでも抜けるという心構えではないかね。
Kraus being such a smooth talker about this stupid idea.
それは分かっています。
その切り札を私に預けてくれんかね。もちろん最後の瞬間の責任は全て私が取る。君とジェシカは巻き込まん。
Right. Right. Yeah, no, you failed that a long time ago. They're already involved. Like, if you fail this, your family is, like, out on the street. So good luck not getting them involved.
それはどういう意味ですか？
後ろ宮家が滅ぶ時、 その瓦礫に潰されるのは私だけで十分だ。台風が過ぎたら離婚届を準備しよう。
Rouse, you are a fucking idiot. Ah.
それに捺印し、君に預けておく。内緒で君の名義にしてある財産がある。さらにそれに慰謝料を加えれば、君とジェシカは不自由なく暮らせるはずだ。
Okay, so that way he would be able to get off with it just being him. They'd be able to live, but well, he's not totally irredeemable, I guess. But he's still really stupid.
嫌です。私の墓碑に刻むべき名は後宮夏日です。どうか最後の瞬間までご一緒に。たとえあなたが後宮家最後の当主であろうとも。夏日を最後までどうか。当主夫人であなたの妻でいさせてください。
Krause's existence was founded solely upon the trust and power of his assets as a financial fixer. If either of those weakened, nothing would remain. If they used the trump card of Kinzo's disappearance, they would lose one of these two essential supports. It was like offering your right arm in exchange for your neck being cut. It was probably better than losing your head, but you still might die from the blood loss. And even on the off chance that you did survive, you'd have to bear a heavy wound that wouldn't heal for the rest of your life. Krause was prepared even for death. Understanding this, Natsuhi buried her face in Krause's chest. Cried.
お取り込み中、失礼いたします。
What the Genji doing? Also, if Genji's here, does that mean he's not down? I mean, he's not down at the living room? Or whatever that room is, the dining hall? The sudden appearance of Genji's voice made Natsui jump back and hurriedly wipe the tears from her eyes. Krause stood in front of Natsuhi, shielding her.
源氏さんか。驚かせないでくれたまえ。何か用かね。
はい。申し訳ございませんが、奥様にご報告が。
私にですか。あなた。
構わんよ。
Krause left Natsuhi's side, went to a window a short ways off, and gazed at the windy and rainy rose garden. Natsuhi went with Genji to a place a short distance away.
何事ですか。
はい。実はまた奥様にお電話が。
Another phone call. At that moment, a sudden, eerie sound surprised her. It was the large clock in the hall announcing 24 o'clock.
まさか、また、あの男なのですか。
いかがいたしましょう。
要件は何だと言っていますか？
お答えいただけません。奥様と直接お話ししたいとの一点張りでございます。
Again, a phone call from the man who claimed to be taking revenge for something that happened 19 years ago. 19 years ago. That was just 1 year before Jessica and Battler were born. In Natsui's eyes, the gap between 19 years ago and 18 years ago was immense. For a long time, she had been unable to fulfill her role of creating a successor for the Ushiromiya family, and had been treated very coldly. But then she finally gave birth to Jessica, and became able to call herself the Ushiromi successor's wife with her head held high. So in her eyes, Ushiromi and Natsuhi began 18 years ago. That's why everything before that, including the events of 19 years ago, contained nothing but hateful memories. And something from the last year of that hateful period is whispering vengeful words from the other end of the phone. I can still hear the roar of the sea. Huh?
いかがなさいますか。
私の部屋に転送しなさい。主人には内密に。
Bruh. I feel like this is a stupid move, but...
かしこまりました。
From the very beginning, Genji had guessed that she wouldn't want Kraus hearing about this phone call. That's why he had told Natsui covertly. Natsui ordered that he transfer the call, told Kraus that she would turn in for the night, and left at a quick pace. She returned to her room and locked the door. There was nothing peculiar about that. In the Ushiromiya family, hallways are like public roads. There's no special meaning in locking the door when you enter your own room. This is what she told herself. Then, as though it had been waiting for her, the telephone rang. Genji had probably transferred the call. She took a deep breath, readied herself, and picked up the receiver.
もしもし。
Again, it started with silence. She realized that the person at the other end was trying to irritate her and make her feel uncomfortable, and she got angry. Yeah, you realize that the person on the other end is trying to irritate you, so you get irritated. Good job.
どうして黙っているのですか？切ります。
切るなよ、母さん。もう少し声を聞いていたいんだからさ。
Again, that unpleasant voice.
私を愚弄する気ですか？要件を追いなさい。
母さんと遊びたい。
は？何を言っているんですか、あなたは。私はあなたとなど遊びたくありません。
親族会議で疲れたんだろう。持病の頭痛がだいぶ辛いんじゃないかい。
余計なお世話です。
Just the fact that he knew her headache was troubling her made a shiver run up her spine.
頭痛になるのは 頭が凝ってるからさ。そのままベッドに入ったっていい夢は見られないよ。
I don't know. I still feel that it's really weird that it sounds like Battler. Like, and they don't even change the way they talk. I can still hear, like, the slurring of the words, sort of, maybe? I don't know. Accent? The same. If you're just trying to make it some random guy, then even if the voice is the same person, I would imagine that you'd try to change it up a little bit. Illusion? Maybe? Possibly? I feel that Natsu definitely mentioned it at this point if she felt it. I mean... maybe. But... I mean, there is the possibility that she, like, thought about it, but then tossed the idea out immediately, thinking like, oh no, this couldn't be Battler. Like, I've known Battler for however many years, and he's Rudolph's son and all that. I don't know. Sounds like Battler, and what do you think that means? I don't know. I mean, Battler's not the culprit. He didn't kill anyone. It's not his fault that everybody dies. But that doesn't necessarily mean that this can't be him. I don't know. I just find it very suspicious.
だから余計なお世話だと言っています。切りますよ。
Natsui forcefully yelled that she was hanging up, but in actuality, she couldn't. After all, being at the receiving end of a phone call was much better than the alternative. Okay. Oh, but also, like, I could sort of see this being Battler because Rudolph is not the most faithful of men. So, I don't know. But then again, Battler is in the dining hall, so that would be a little weird. If she hung up violently, this person might then call someone else.
頭のこりをほぐすためにちょっとだけ遊ぼうよ。何、時間は取らせないで。
あなたと遊ぶ気などあります。
母さんの名前はナツピ。名前に季節を持ってるね。いい名前だ。でも夏日だからって夏が好きとは限らない。母さんが本当に好きな季節はなんだい？
Rudolph like Nazi, yeah.
それをあなたに教えると思いますか？
教えてくれないなら俺が切るよ。いいのかい？
It was clearly a threat. It meant that if she forced him to hang up the phone, anything might happen. Humiliated that she was forced to give in to a threat made by a man whose name she didn't even know, she gave him the answer he wanted.
秋です。
どうして
過ごしやすい季節だからです。他に特に理由はありません。これで満足ですか？
No other reason in particular?
ああ、満足だ。やっぱり母さんの好きな季節は俺と同じだ。俺も秋が好きなんだ。
Well, that was an interesting laugh.
嘘つき。出任せを言うんじゃありません。
Surely this man would have done the same thing no matter which season I said I liked. What is he after? What's so fun about making me uncomfortable like this?
嘘つきなんてひどいな。出任せなんかじゃない。俺は母さんが秋が好きだって確信してたよ。証拠を見せて。
証拠？
ああ。母さんの部屋に時計はあるかい？
Clock in your room.
時計？ええ、ありますが、それが何か。
In Natsui's room, there was a beautiful antique clock with an intricate design. Kraus had bought it for her as a birthday present long ago.
今は0時7分ですね。もう眠いので茶番を早く終わらせなさい。
その時計持ち上げてみてよ。
どうしてです？
いちいちうるせえ。俺の言うことにお前は歯向かってない。黙って言われた通りにすればいい。
Yikes. The tone of the man's voice suddenly went low, turning into a threat. It made his displeasure clear. At first, this man seemed to have a calm way of speaking, but on the inside, that wasn't the case at all. If she enraged this man even a little more, he would surely show his true nature right away.
そんなに電話を切られない。こうしてあんたに電話をしてるうちが花なんだ。あんたが19年前にしたことを俺はいつだってあんたの旦那や娘に話すことができる。
あなたが何の話をしているか知りませんが、夫や娘を巻き込まないでください。こうして私が電話を聞いていますから。
Once again, the man threatened her in a low voice, as though warning her not to interrupt again. My head was filled with the pain from my headache, the sound of my beating heart, and the roar of the sea. I can't disobey him anymore. As the man had ordered, I lifted up the antique clock. There lay what appeared to be a single playing card. Is it the warranty for the clock? Thinking this, he took it and turned it over. It's sort of strange how he asked, "Is there a clock in your room?" I guess that could be sort of considered just confirming that it's still there. But yeah, it sounds like he must have had somebody slip that behind the clock at some point, and he wanted to make sure it was still there. That means maybe one of the servants are in on this. Huh.
あんたの頭痛が少しは引いたなら嬉しいんだけどな。嬉しいって言ってよ、母さん。
どうやってこれを、どうして、どうやって。
嬉しいですって言ってほしいな、この人殺しめ。
Murderer.
よくも潔癖な奥様面ができるもんだぜ、ヘドが。そのヘド、あんたのことは娘にぶちまけられたい。嫌だろ。黙っててほしいだろ。ああ、黙っててやるよ。ほら、嬉しいだろ。嬉しいだろ。
嬉しいです。嬉しいです。だからやめて。夫と娘に構わないで。何が要求ですか。お金ですか。いくらですか。
金なんか欲しくない。俺の傷は金をいくらって嫌って。
Are you not amused?
だが薬ならそうだな。それは軟膏みたい。ねっとり泥の糸を。それはあんた俺の裏縁。そいつを塗ってる力、痛みが抑えられないんだよ。
Natsui had never had anything so hateful said to her in her entire life, though she suspected many times that she must be having some sort of bad dream. However, this definitely wasn't a dream. I just had a thought. What if now this still relies on it being Battler, which does have some currently conflicting conditions, but Battler is not the son of Asumu. Battler is calling her a murderer. Oh. Yeah, Battler is not the son of Asumu, I said. And then whoever this is calling her a murderer. This happened 19 years ago. I might be reaching a little far here. But what if Battler is her son? And for some reason, like, she got rid of him or made Asumu take him. But then, to cover it up, Asumu's son had to die. Huh. What? Huh. Yeah. We'll keep that as one of my little theories for now. Like I said, some things do seem to be conflicting at the moment, so I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, 約束しただろう。親族会議には出るって。
不可能です。この台風では来られるわけもありません。
台風になる前から来てれば問題はないよ。それに台風の最中であってもエリカとかいう来客があったはずだ。
I mean, he's at the conference. He's talking about this guest called Erica or whatever. Oh my. Her blood froze. Boruto Erica had supposedly been brought here by coincidence. If he knew that name, he would have to be very close by.
あなたはどこに？
あんたの紹介がないうちは誰の前にも現れないさ。安心しな。おっと、俺を探しても無駄だよ。あんたの屋敷は広い。電話だってそこいら中にあるしな。
But wouldn't whoever is handling the calls, like I assume Genji is handling the connecting calls and everything, wouldn't he know if somebody inside the mansion is calling? Is he in on it? Or are one of the servants in on it? Well, yeah, I mean, somebody's gotta be. Because like I said, somebody slipped that thing behind the clock. Yeah. Maybe there's no way to trace it, it's in the 80s. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that works. But I mean, I would think that there would be some indication that it's coming from inside the mansion. I don't know. I do not know.
あんただって俺に会いたくないだろう。それとも俺を見つけ出してみんなに紹介してくれるのか。ジェシカにも紹介してくれよ。一つ上の兄ですっていう。
Being it himself, though. Yeah, true. But still, if he knows Erica is on the island, unless he sent her there, it'd be weird that he knew that. Also, yeah, I don't know. I sort of doubt. Yeah, I doubt he would send her there and not be there himself. Because in a typhoon, like, there's no guarantee that somebody's gonna wash ashore where you want them to. I mean, well, the thing with the cruise ship could have been a lie. But I don't know. With Furuto Erica being, one, the detective, and two, only a part of this game, I doubt that this guy would have sent her here. Yeah. Well, I'm saying there's no way he would know about Erica unless either he sent her or was on the island himself. And she arrived during a typhoon, and she's the detective. I very highly doubt he sent her. Okay, he said he's on the island. Oh, well, he said about... I thought when you said about he's saying it himself, I thought you meant that, he's in the mansion, or he's making a phone call from the mansion or whatever. I thought you meant that, like, maybe he's not in the mansion. Oh, then again, he could be in the other mansion. I didn't think of that. Although, if it's Battler, that would be weird. Huh. Oh. Well, yeah, he said he's in the mansion himself. Yeah, I don't think I quite understood the point you were trying to make there. And I misunderstood and thought that you were saying that, that he might have been lying about being in the mansion. I think I misunderstood.
やめて！ジェシカに構わないで！
怖がらせすぎたかな。今夜はこれで勘弁してやるよ。だが忘れるな。あんたが俺に逆らえない。分かってるな、母さん。今夜はこれで電話を切るが、明日の朝まで命令がある。
Oh? Order that must be followed until tomorrow morning.
何ですか？
あんたは今夜もその部屋を出てはならないし、どこにも電話をかけてはならない。電話がかかってきても取ることも許さねえぜ。そして今すぐ明かりを消し、布団をかぶって寝ろ。
Go to sleep now! But what if you can't fall asleep? I think you were saying that because I said something like Genji should know if he's calling from the mansion. Oh, okay. I see.
そしていつもの時間に起床し、健康的な生活でいいな。母さんの体をいたわるなんて
You know, I wonder if that could be Battler. If he was... Yeah, if he was making use of Shannon Cannon and everything to get away and make a phone call, and then the laughter there could be him trying to muffle the laughter because he doesn't want to alert people. My theory is growing.
わかりました。今すぐ出ます。部屋も出ました。電話も出ました。だから夫と娘には。
Yes, cook more. Let the man cook.
母さんが俺の命令を守る限り、あんたの秘密は守ってやるよ。命令を破るなよ。俺はもうお前のすぐ近くにいる。部屋の明かりが消えるかどうか、そして電話をしているかどうかさえ、俺には手を取るようにわかるんだ。俺さえ望むなら、あんたの寝顔にキスすることができる。
Concern.
守ります。約束は守ります。だからやめて、もうやめて。やめて。
やめろ。As she screamed, Natsui took the card she had found under the clock and crushed it up into a little ball. It had a pattern on it like a tarot card. And also, the kanji for autumn. Aki. Let's step back in time once again. Right now, it is the exact moment that the large clock in the hall announced 24 o'clock. Wondering who the person who knocked twice was, the relatives in the dining hall stared at the door. Rudolph told them to come in, but there was no answer. Until the end of that long tone marking the arrival of 24 o'clock, which had come from the large clock in the hall shortly after the knock, they were unable to move in the slightest.
手が塞がってて開けられないんじゃないのか?
Well, here's Battler talking. The phone call was like 5 minutes after, or more. But we'll say like 5 minutes, because at least 5 minutes after. Or, well, no. I don't know how long it took Genji to get there and then redirect it. Midnight was when Genji was talking to Natsu about the phone. Yeah. I'm not sure the exact time. Oh, well, wait. Yeah, there was the clock sound. Yeah, so it was about now that the phone call was first made, sometime around now.
Come on. だが、名乗らねえってのが薄気味悪いな。
Yeah, so then there's a few minutes between now and when it actually gets connected to Natsu.
開けますか?
開けなさい。
Anna nodded back, then slowly opened the door. and then got murdered.
それは
これは親父の封筒？
Oh, he didn't get murdered. There's an envelope. Right behind the open door, on the floor of the hallway, lay the envelope.
廊下には誰もいません。これを置いて立ち去ったのでしょうか。
Spooky. The adults flew out into the corridor as well, but they could find no trace of anyone who might have knocked on the door. Just about an hour ago, Shannon and Cannon had come in to serve tea. At that time, everyone had seen that nothing lay in that spot. Someone came, knocked, and left an envelope with the mark of the one-winged eagle on it, and left.
まさか親方様でしょうか。
考えられない話じゃないわ。この屋敷で誰と呼ばれて返事をしないのはお父様くらいだもの。
ありえないわ。ならどうしてお父様は堂々と入ってこないの？
そうやな。お父さんだったらノックなどせずいきなり入ってくるやろな。今このお屋敷は戸締まりがされとるんやろ。ならここに手紙を置くことができるんはクラウスさんか夏日さん、そして源氏さんの誰かしか考えられんで。
By this point, the mansion had been completely locked up. Therefore, the cousins in the guest house, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, and Erika could not have come here. Furthermore, since Kraus, Natsuhi, and Genji were the only three who weren't in this room, one of those three had to have been the one who set that letter down in the corridor. So it was very likely that Kraus and the others had placed the letter there, to make it seem like a message from Kinzo.
なるほどね。お父様の名を語ってバトラ君を次期当主に認めないみたいなことが書いてあるのよ。バカバカしい。
バカバカしい。
兄さんめ、よくもこんな子供騙しを。
別に俺は次期当主なんて興味ねえぜ。
諦めろ。それがお前の運命なんだよ。
This is your life now.
とにかく中身を読んでみようじゃねえか。
Rudolph set the letter on the dining hall table and let everyone see the front and back, show that there were no tricks or hidden mechanisms, almost like a magician does before performing his act.
この封筒は間違いなくお父様の封筒なの？
ええ、間違いないわ。お父様が神書に好んで使う封筒よ。どう、シャノンちゃん。
はい、私の目にも親方様が使われる封筒に見えます。
だからってお父様が書いたってことにはならないわよ。兄さんならお父様の書斎の引き出しからひょいと手に入れることなんて造作もない話だわ。
クラウス様とて容易に書斎には入れません。封筒を盗み出すなど難しいことかと。
Yeah, but Kraus would be able to sneak in there easily. They're still playing along.
開けてみようぜ。それから考えても遅くないはずだ。何か入ってるね。なんだろうな。
What's in the letter? Rudolph opened the envelope a bit roughly. Then a folded letter and a glittering object fell out. It was a ring. The head's ring.
ちょっと、その指輪。
Ava noticed it immediately and grabbed at it.
これ。お父様の指輪よ。当主の指輪だわ。
なんやて？ほんまか？
間違いなくお父様の指輪なの？レプリカということは？
いいえ、これは本物よ。私はいつかこの指輪を自分の指に通してやるとずっと夢見てきたのよ。お父様が指にしてた時から私は誰よりもこの指輪のことをよく知ってるわ。これはお父様の指輪よ、間違いなく。どうしてここに？
じゃあやっぱりこの手紙はお父様が。
こりゃ差出人は親父じゃねえぞ。もっと面白い。
じゃあ誰からの手紙だったんだ？
Badler's here for this whole thing. No. Yeah, it'd be pretty hard for him to make a phone call right now. Huh.
後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様からだぜ。
Beatrice. Rudolph showed everyone the part of the letter where that was written. It really did say that.
ベアトリーチェから？
なんて書いてある？
読むぞ。コングラッチュレーションズ。バトラ様が碑文の謎を見事に解かれ黄金鏡にたどり着きましたことを認めます。黄金はすべてバトラ様のものです。そして後ろ宮家の新しき当主もバトラ様です。その証として金蔵様よりお預かりしている当主の指輪をお送りします。どうぞバトラ様、指輪をされて新しい黄金の主となり、どうか後ろ宮家をお導きください。新しき当主のご活躍を心よりお祈りいたしております。なんてこった。親父が書斎から出てこねえもんだから森の魔女ベアトリーチが直接バトラを認めてくれたわけだ。
Who wrote this?
バトラ君、この指輪はあなたが持つの。これが当主が身につけるべき特別な指輪。ベアトリーチェが何者か知らないけれど、彼女は一部始終を見届け、あなたが真の跡継ぎだと認めてこの指輪を送ったのよ。
Beatrice wrote it. It says right on the letter, duh. Also, Ava just 180'd so hard. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say she 180'd. Like, she's been wanting to wear the ring and be the head for, like, forever, but she needs Battler to be the head right now. Because that's how they're gonna get money. I wouldn't really say it's a 180.
いいんすかこんな重要な指輪を
Oh, you meant like, oh, by ignoring the letter. Okay, I see. Right, yeah. This letter can't be trusted. Oh wait, it's in my favor. Never mind, let's trust him.
ああ、いいんだ。誇らしげに指にはめるといい。いいか、兄貴や夏日さんが外せと言っても絶対に外すんじゃねえぞ。
All of the relatives, with creepy smiles on their faces, urged Battler to put the ring on his finger. It looked like things would get pretty nasty if he refused, so Battler reluctantly decided to put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was heavy and stiff. At that moment, Kraus returned. Genji came back as well, shortly behind him.
申し訳ないね。妻は具合が悪そうだったので先に休ませてもらった。何かあったのかね。なんだか諸君がひどく慌ただしいようだ。バトラ様、それは。
Immediately, Genji keenly spotted that which Battler had just put on his finger.
さすが源氏さんや。お目が高い。これが誰の指輪かわかるようやな。
何の話だね。
Judging by Kraus's dubious expression, it seemed unlikely that he was the one who had placed the letter there. Furthermore, that expression quickly changed into one of shock.
そうよ、後ろ宮家当主の指輪よ。
The family conference took up this new topic, and the storm came once again. Little after 3 in the morning. Oh. Glass shattered, but there was no glass. I don't know, I think this might be a good place to stop. I don't know, you guys have any idea? About 11:30 here. It's not a chapter transition. I think this next part is pretty short. Well, it's like 3 in the morning. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the cousins are gonna be dead. I don't know, like, I don't know if I should continue this. Yeah, maybe I'll leave this till next week. Because I feel like, I mean, not that cliffhangers are bad necessarily, but I don't know, I wonder. Anyway, we'll have stuff to look forward to next week. A little mystery. Let's see. I think tomorrow I will start Death End Request. It's a bit early for the spooky month stuff, but that game's gonna take a while anyway, and I'm not sure how actually spooky it is, so I figure it might be a good way to ease into October. Although we still have like 20 days left until, so. In the meantime, if anyone is interested in Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, there are some links in chat, and you can always find those links under the channel, in the About section, or under the About section under the Socials banner. Yeah, starting Death End Request tomorrow. And I think that's about it. So, yeah. In the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. I'll see you around. Bye-bye. Oh, and I better save. I have saved the game. Anyway, bye-bye.